How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
is the end. There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone pit. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone pit. This is the final fight. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone pit. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone pit. This is the final
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent $200.
retarded?
Have you
Please.
seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
great
her.
notice was sent to
Literally.
So
Not
it's,
Ian.
it's not because I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage, but that's the big part of what's the
Is that
problem.
what you call reporting?
Go
and live
under if
streaming?
you're going to do it.
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise, you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah, please.
But Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
And I've learned a lot from Karlyn Borysenko, who goes in undercover with the left. And I've figured out from looking at her work, like when I first saw her stuff, I was like, oh, she knows what she's talking about. I need to like connect with her. And she actually, the first time I got assaulted in 2025, followed me and sent me messages, and she checked on me for months, just privately. It was so nice to have somebody like, are you okay? But I could tell she knew what she was talking about, and I subscribe to her. I look at all her stuff. I've learned so much, and I thought I knew a lot. I've learned so much.
I watch these streams, and I've been watching a self-professed fascist named Karlyn, who drinks and basically roasts these live streams. But weirdly, she has apparently embedded herself with Antifa before, and so it's such a funny stream because like,
so they tolerate her?
Oh no, not anymore. She like, no. She's like, I mean, I don't know if she's trolling or not, but on her stream, she's like, I am a fascist.
Right.
So she's proudly proclaiming she's a fascist. I don't know how much of that is trolling, how much of it is real, but conservatives who are drawn to her stream will say things like, these people are funded by George Soros. And it's the funniest thing because she gets so mad. And she's like, get off fucking Fox News. Stop watching that shit. It's all wrong. Do these people look funded? Do these people look like they have money? They're not funded. It's so, and I guess her bigger point is by saying these are funded agitators and not saying what they actually are, which is anti-capitalist revolutionaries, you dilute what's really happening. Because what's really happening, according to her, and I think a fair amount of people, is that the economy is so fucked. The middle class is diminishing so much. The cost of living is so high that this is the perfect soil you need if you wanted communism to grow anywhere.
What's up? What's up, everyone? I am so sorry I'm late, but I swear it actually was not my fault this time. It was not my fault. I had to take a phone call. I had to take a phone call from a very important person, and it just went on a little longer than I thought it was going to, but it was a good and necessary phone call. And if I'm going to be honest, I can't tell you what it was about, but I can say it was rather, shall we say, vindicating for me. I do love it when people wrong me and then they come crawling back. And then they say, Karlyn, maybe we were wrong about what we did. And I go, oh, you think? You think? You think you were? And they say, hey, do you want to be friends again? And I say, I don't know. I got to think about that. And so, yeah, without going into details about the specifics of the whole scenario, because I do have some set of propriety, let's just say it was a W call for me. And you know what, guys? The best position you can ever put yourself in is when you have options to do things when other people need you. And you don't actually have to say yes. You don't actually have to say yes to them. You can actually just take your time and say, you can say, is this really what I want? Is this really, maybe something was in my best interest before and it's no longer in my best interest because I have a little bit more knowledge and experience to know, because we've already done one round of this and now I know how you operate. And so it is like the very best position that you can put yourself to be in, to say, I don't need to do this, but if we can both come to an agreement that works out, for both of us this time, for both of us this fucking time, then perhaps we can work out something where it's not just you getting everything you want and me getting shit on constantly. Perhaps there is an exchange to be made. So always look for those positions to find yourself in. But holy shit, can we start off with some dubs? Can we start off with a dub for John, starting us off strong with a gifted channel membership? Thank you so much for your support, bro. We got a massive dub. Big support from Old Sub Sailor. 20 gifted channel memberships. Love you, bro. Appreciate you. Massive W's to you. Sheikah Lago in there. Sheikah Lago's like, I'm not sprinkling them out today. I'm just going to whip my dick out and throw it on the table, and that's just what it's going to be. And another dub for 20 gifted channel memberships. Super generous. I appreciate you guys so much. What a great day to get up to 41% of our channel membership goal before I even start the stream. What a treat to start off strong. Well, we do have something very special today, but I'm going to give people, I'm going to give people some more time. No, let's not be under any delusion that it was that particular person who called to admit that he was wrong. No. I don't want to start any rumors on the internet. No, it was someone that's much more well-adjusted than him, much more mature than him, much better looking than him, much better head of hair. Significantly better head of hair than him. Actually, the person that called me actually has beautiful hair. Unironically. So no, it was not the Pisces from the other side of the internet who called to apologize, although he should, but he's never going to. because he's that kind of like coward that he can't face when he was obviously and clearly wrong. And so he's just gonna like ignore it and pretend it never happened and sulk on the other fucking side of the internet when you know, everyone else is fine with me. Everyone else is fine with me. Do you guys know when I was in Chicago? Side note, because you know what? Options are good. I just told you guys, having options is good. And now I have the option of saying whatever the fuck I want about this one. Because he just doesn't say anything anymore. And that works out great for me, which means I can say whatever I want with no accountability and no repercussion. So I was in, and if you guys don't know who this is, don't worry about it. But like, I was in Chicago, what was it, like a week or two ago? And I was tuning into Adam's stream, and Adam Green is actually one of like the very few people that I actually proactively watch his content because I really like Adam and I really like his content. And I really like that Amalek is on his stream a lot of the time because obviously I really like Amalek. And both Adam and Amalek have more hair than this one, by the way, just so we're clear about that. And so I was watching Adam's stream late at night in my hotel room in Chicago after I had just gotten back from going undercover with Queer Insanity. And this one comes into the chat and he didn't know I was there already. And so Adam on the stream was like, "Oh, great. We've got Big Tech and Amalek and Karlyn in the same place at the same time. What could possibly go wrong?" And of course, I was like, yeah, nothing could go wrong with this. I just don't even know what the problem is because it's so sad and pathetic that this one, because he was never able to just smooth things over. He was never able to be a fucking man and just smooth things over. It creates constant tension for like every other person when he shows up in a place that I already am. And it's like, I'm not backing down from this shit. I like Adam. I'm friends with Adam. I like Amalek. I probably talk to Amalek more than this one does. So I'm not fucking leaving just because he shows up out of nowhere after he's been sulking on the other side of the internet for 2 fucking years. So I don't know. I actually thought that was pretty funny. And then guess what happened? This one stopped talking because if I'm in the room, he can't talk because I literally have fucked with his brain so badly that I've broken him. Job well done, me. Job well done, me. You know, he could have smoothed it over at any point. He really could have. He could have just smoothed it over at any point. He chose to have his brain broken instead. So whatever. Goodbye, Pisces. Hey, thanks so much, Mike, for the super chat. I will count that as a channel membership. I really do appreciate it. So I have another piece of gossip while we're waiting for people to come in. And it goes back to yesterday's stream. And then we're going to do something important and cool. It goes back to yesterday's stream. Let me get the chat on the screen. I know you guys love to see yourselves on the screen. Let me get back to this. There we go. So do you guys remember yesterday, Margot from North Carolina, Margot, this fat, stupid woman from North Carolina, wanted to tell me that I couldn't criticize that lying grifter data Republican because she's deaf. And that went over about as well as we would think it is. Listen, I keep telling everyone that Data Republican is the right's very own DEI hire. Not only did she come directly out of the DEI tech industry where she was literally developing tech for DEI, she is also a liberal, and she is literally the definition of a DEI hire because I'm not supposed to be able to criticize her and her shitty AI analysis because she is deaf. And it's like, no, I actually don't accept that. I'm actually going to hold handicapped people to the same level of standard when it comes to like basic levels of intellectual honesty. And so I said to Margot, no, Margot, I'm not going to do that. And then Margot decided to post a 10-year-old picture of me in response. You know, people texted me yesterday and they were like, Karlyn, Margot has a lot of influence in North Carolina. And how dare you insult Margot? And I was like, because Margot has literally been insulting me for years. Margot has literally been insulting my looks for years. Margot has done podcasts with that Sloan Rashmut's Zionist psychopath. Literally, Sloan Rashmut is a fucking psychopath. She's such a psychopath, she got called out by J.D. Vance directly, the vice president of the United States. That is Margot's streaming buddy. And they've done podcasts about my looks, but I'm not allowed to push back when I'm told I can't criticize a deaf fucking grifter. So the best argument that Margot was able to make is a photo of me from 10 years ago. I'm going to be honest, man. I'm not ashamed of this photo. Yeah, I was a little bit bigger. Yeah, my hair was a little shorter. I look so much like my grandmother in this picture. If you guys saw pictures of my grandmother, you would. I have Benjamin Button disease. Yeah, I'm actually getting younger. This is me 10 fucking years ago. Literally. I took this picture of myself 10 years ago. Look how much younger I look today. How fucking awesome is that? I'm not ashamed of how I look in this picture. I look like my grandmother. And so people drag out this picture when they're trying to insult me, when they're trying to get me to shut up, because really that's all Margot has. So I replied to Margot and I said, hey, fatty, you want to try a more recent one? I'm so sorry I lost the weight that you obviously haven't yet, but pulling a picture of me from 10 years ago just proves you're an intellectually dishonest cunt. We know, Margot, we know. That is a picture that I took in Chicago after I had been wandering around in the streets of Chicago. I walked like 5 miles that day. I was so sweaty, and I got back and I pulled off a hoodie I was wearing, and I was like, holy shit, Karlyn, you look really fucking thin. So they never use the pictures from today. They always just use the pictures from 10 years ago. And of course, the reason Margot can't use the pictures from today is that's what Margot looks like. Two can play at this game, fatty. Two can play at this game. And I said to Margot, I was like, Margot, just so you know, in that picture of me, I'm not even wearing any makeup and I'm covered in sweat. And in your literal profile picture, you're wearing about 1.5 gallons of fucking makeup, and you still can't hide that double chin. Still can't hide that double chin, Margot. Still can't do it. Still can't do it. And then, very sadly, Margot blocked me on Twitter. And then Margot said that I'm on Ozempic. Actually, let's go find that post. Then you can see Margot got very upset about this. She got very upset and she blocked me on Twitter. And then she at some point said I was on Ozempic, but she tweets a lot because she has nothing else in her sad, pathetic life. So let's just, we got to scroll down a little bit to find wherever she was posting about this early in the morning. This is what I woke up to in the morning, guys. This is what I woke up to in the morning. This is the type of thing that I expect from conservative con artists. Like when I wake up in the morning, my feed will be perpetual. Look how much this fucking woman tweets. How, like, this woman is perpetually online. This is part of the problem. Twitter breaks people. Twitter absolutely and totally fucking destroys people. Am I going to have to go into my own feed to find this tweet? Because, like, I know I don't tweet this fucking much, Margot. Oh my God. Look at how far down the fucking list. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. Margot posted my picture again and said, GLP-1s can change your life, but he can't change the fact that you're a lying gap-toothed loser who can't make it on TikTok. Margot, sweetie, I have 129,000 followers on YouTube. I have 127,000 followers on Twitter. Margot, honey, I have more followers on Twitter than you do, by a factor of like almost 50,000. I have 20,000 followers on Substack. I have another 35,000 followers on Instagram. And the TikTok, which I just barely started using TikTok like a fucking couple of months ago, already has 7,000 followers and I barely even use it. But unfortunately, I couldn't reply to this to say to Margot, you dumb cunt, I'm not on Ozempic. I know you can't lose weight, Margot, and that's very sad for you. But all I did was give up carbs and sugar. I really think that we should stop like lying about people. I mean, this just proves intellectual dishonesty if nothing else. I couldn't reply to her. So I wonder, Can you guys reply to her? Can you guys reply to her? Can I put the tweet in the chat? And I'm putting the link, and you guys can go reply to her. And I just want to show you guys. Margot is not just abusive to me. You want to know why Margot deserves to get dragged in her fucking Twitter? Margot is not just abusive to me. Margot is abusive to her disabled dog. Margot literally posts about abusing her disabled dog. This looks like it's on Facebook. This is from Carrie Baxter Donovan. Margot is even abusive of her newly adopted, poor, disabled dog, laughing at him panting in the heat, looking miserable in this horrible heat as she swims around her pool. And I saw other posts that Margot has made, specifically making fun of the dog. And it's like, lady, I don't care if you post my picture where I look exactly like my grandmother, and it just proves that I've aged in reverse. But when you're abusing a fucking dog, you deserve to get your ass dragged all over the fucking internet. So I can't reply to her, but you guys can. And so feel free to go tell that fat bitch exactly what you think about her, being that she's completely unhinged from reality, only has the intellectual capacity to attack people's looks, and is abusive of her own fucking dog. She can get on her knees and suck every fucking dick for all I care. Like, you want to abuse animals? You can be a toxic human being. To me, I'm more than used to it with these magatard, like, wannabe influencers. But you want to abuse a dog? Literally get fucked, lady. Literally get fucked. Sam, thank you so much for the super chat. Why did the communist baker fail? He refused to own any dough. Yep, that'll do it. That'll do it. Thank you so much for the super chat. So if you guys want to go do that, that's cool. Now, more importantly, once you are done dragging bimbo fatty Margot in the replies, once you're done doing that, what I want you to do is go to my Twitter profile page, because at the very top of my Twitter profile, I have the link to the clip that we got in a spy stream last week of the Party for Socialism and Liberation literally calling to overthrow the government and abolish the Constitution. I need you guys to make this go viral. What I mean when I say make this tweet go viral is I need you to go to this page on Twitter, and I need you to do the following things, okay? I need you to do the following things. I need you to bookmark it. I need you to heart it. I need you to reply to it. Whatever you want to say is fine. Just reply to it. Say something. You can tag people, whatever you want, but this is a really important clip. We need to get it out there. I need you to repost it. And I need you to quote tweet it and say, this is crazy, or you have to watch this, or whatever you want in the quote tweet. I don't really care. But if you do all those 5 things, if you interact with that post in all of those ways, it will go viral. And I'm pretty sure that this probably needs to go viral because it's literally communists talking about abolishing the Constitution.
I'm going to go ahead and introduce our first speaker of the night, Satya, who's a nurse and a PSL organizer based in Atlanta.
A foundational step in the socialist reconstruction of society would be the creation of a new constitution. The current U.S. Constitution was drafted by the U.S. slave-owning class, and it enshrines the rights of capital. But the new constitution would enshrine and expand the rights of the working class. And millions of people will participate in constitutional conventions or popular constituent assemblies to draft and adopt this new constitution, unleashing a creative and collective process, which is far more democratic and participatory than our current system.
No, I did not.
Who were long denied a voice in the political system would shape the new constitution. And the U.S. Constitution leaves fundamental matters such as food, health, education, housing to the capitalist market, meaning in the hands of the billionaires, the Wall Street bankers, and the landlords. But these would be guaranteed rights in a socialist constitution. All the big corporations, the 500 biggest companies that produce 2/3 of this country's GDP, would be brought under people's control. They would be nationalized. The new socialist government will take possession of all the existing capitalist banks and create one people's development bank. In a socialist government, holding elected office of any legislative body would not be a full-time
You did it,
job.
Raccoon.
There
Thank
would
you.
be no professional politicians. Government and civil servants will earn the salary of a skilled worker. And lifetime judicial appointments will be dissolved. The electoral college would be abolished. The popular vote, one person, one vote, would be implemented. And mass organizations like unions, tenant organizations, cooperatives, youth groups will be empowered and be given legal recognition. So using centralism and a widening and grassroots democracy, people who have been neglected and left out will be brought into the decision-making process of the new government. More than 80% of the US population lives in urban centers, but urban populations are widely underrepresented in federal and state bodies, and this would change. The House of Representatives could be replaced with the National People's Assembly that would not only be made up of delegates elected from local election districts, but would also include delegates from the many mass organizations of millions of workers, students, and more. And the Senate could be replaced by the Assembly of Oppressed Nations to correct the historic injustices imposed on the indigenous peoples and the nation and the Black nation. This Assembly of Oppressed Nations will consist of delegates from oppressed nationalities and peoples. And one of the biggest misconceptions about a socialist government is seeing it as a service provider and the people as passive recipients of services. This is false and wrong. The reorganization of society.
Guys, as we're watching this, please make sure you are doing what you can to make it go viral. I have pinned it to the top of the chat on YouTube. I have put it in Rumble chat as well. So please make sure you're on Twitter sharing this, bookmarking it, hearting it, replying to it. I just want to make sure people had a chance to watch this clip because it is really important. This was just last week.
Society, including the transition of society to green technology and renewable energy, will be carried out by the people themselves. Mass organizations will have a central role in a socialist society. These voluntary-based organizations will be involved in the day-to-day management of the affairs of society. In that sense, the executive power of socialist society is in the hands of the people. We carry out the decisions that we make. Real democracy requires the full participation of the people in making and implementing the decisions. Capitalist democracy is limited to voting at the ballot box every 2 to 4 years for the next representative of the capitalist system. But socialism expands democracy to the participation of millions of workers, youth, all sectors in actually running society. And socialist revolutions over the last century took place in countries that had to overcome colonial underdevelopment, or societies that were in the early stages of capitalist development. But today, the US is an advanced capitalist economy. So the material conditions exist already in the US to transition immediately to socialism.
Next, I'm going to introduce our second speaker of the day, which is going to be Natalie. Natalie is a Central Committee member of the PSL and the Vice President of Substitutes with UESF, the United Educators of San Francisco. So give a warm welcome to Natalie.
Teachers Union.
Hi, everyone. It's so great to be with you this evening. I'm so excited to be talking about socialism at this moment, particular moment in our history, and also in the labor movement itself. I'm here in Denver getting ready for the National Education Association Representative Assembly. Socialism experiences an exciting expansion of its popularity, and as we think about what we're fighting for, it's very, very, very important for us to think about how we will win socialism, because we are fighting for a vision of a different society armed with an analysis of the current one, of the capitalist system, with its contradictions, its inherent exploitation and oppression. and we have a collective commitment to replacing it. We cannot be satisfied with a reform status quo. It will require a massive movement for socialism and the adoption of socialist ideas across the country to win a new system, which is why the popularity in increasing is so exciting. But our rich history of struggle also shows that the capitalist system itself will adapt and adopt new methods to survive, and will never concede to fully not be exploitative or oppressive. A revolution is necessary. It is necessary to replace capitalism with a socialist society. And we must build the movements that are necessary in order to do that. And I think those of us who are socialists have an important role to play, like we did in history, in how, in all of the different places that we're in all of our workplaces and our neighborhoods, our schools, wherever we are, that we can contribute to the expansion of the struggle and that we can play a role.
Can socialism and democracy coexist? What is the difference between revolutionary socialism that the PSL supports and what is frequently called democratic socialism? So I think we started to touch on these questions, but I want to hear from our panelists. What are your thoughts?
So when we say a revolution, what does that actually mean? So revolution is a process that's smashing the old state and it's creating a new state. And, you know, in the history of the US, there was the first Reconstruction, you know, happened after the Civil War, which was actually a social revolution because it transformed property relations inside the US. It ended slavery. And then comes the second Reconstruction, which is the Civil Rights era, which was a political revolution because it tore down the structures of apartheid, but the economic system still remains in place. So we have an unfinished revolutionary process in this country. And so there is a need for a third Reconstruction, which we are arguing has to be a socialist Reconstruction, which will actually have to change property relations and the economic foundations from capitalism to a socialist foundation.
In differentiating democratic socialism from revolutionary socialism, which Satya has done, there is also, I think it's very important for us to recognize the possibility and necessity, so the actuality of having a revolution in the United States. And I think that it is, you know, it can be very, very hard for us when we're living in a society that is, you know, so deeply challenged in so many ways. There's so many contradictions, millions and millions of workers voting for someone like Trump, who is, you know, a wealthy Nepo baby. I mean, like who has appealed to sort of the most basis and disgusting racism and sexism in our society in order to win over a section of workers to vote against their interests. You know, I think it can be hard to sort of see through that and think, well, will we ever be able to have a revolution in the United States? And I do think revolutionary socialists, our answer is yes. And that is a differentiation. I have been active in my union since I became an educator in 2007. I think, you know, I do now serve as an officer of our union and consider myself to be part of a labor movement that has been doing a lot of great work and also needs to do a lot more. And I think that it's on us as socialists and as communists, as revolutionaries, to be deeply involved in what, you know, workers organizing in the workplace. And for us as educators, we're not at the point of production. We have a political role to play right now in the struggle for democracy, the struggle to defend public education, and to, I think, be part and parcel of those struggles as we seek to build a consciousness that goes beyond the consciousness of the union, the consciousness of our class, in rightly understanding who the bosses are and how they operate in society, but towards socialist consciousness. And I think that's a very important task right now.
So guys, I just don't know how much more clear they could be in that one. That is literally a video of the Party for Socialism and Liberation 2 days before Independence Day calling to abolish the Constitution and overthrow the government. Overtly. And so if you miss this, this is part of Spy Stream. We actually watched that presentation live as part of a Spy Stream supporter exclusive. The reason I asked for gifted channel memberships is because channel memberships get you into Spy Stream. So channel memberships are not only a great way to support me and the work I'm doing, because I am completely independently funded. I don't take political money. I only take money from real people who want access to the direct information. And I just provide it to you, and I tell you what I think it means, and you can come up to your own conclusions. But you will always get access to the full primary source receipts. Channel memberships are a way to get more people into Spy Stream. You can also join via Substack. You can join via Locals Patreon, subscribe on Twitter. But YouTube channel memberships, I think, are just an easy way to get people involved. So if you appreciate this work, please make sure you are sharing it on Twitter so we can make it go viral. Not because I necessarily care about going viral on Twitter, but because that's the only thing that conservatives care about. That is the only thing that the right cares about. I go viral on Instagram all the fucking time. I even go viral on TikTok every once in a while. I actually went viral on Facebook the other day purely by accident. Like, I go viral on other platforms all the time. However, the only platform that conservatives and media really care about is Twitter, for better or worse. So we have to put stuff on there. We have to all contribute to sharing it, liking it, bookmarking it, replying to it, doing all of those things that drive the algorithm. And if you can't afford to financially support my work, this is actually one of the best ways to support, is to get your ass on Twitter and share all the clips, reply to all the clips, bookmark all the clips, doing all the things that drive the algorithm. Because even if you have a small account, all of us working together to do all those things really does feed the algorithm to get the content many more views than it would have gotten otherwise. And of course, if you can give channel memberships, we will give you W's in the chat, just like Red Menace Guru. Thank you so much for the gifted channel membership, bro. Appreciate you getting more people into Spy Stream. Okay. I have one more order of business before we get into our secretly recorded meeting today. One more order of business. Alex Jones. Alex Jones. You know, it's funny. Hey, thanks, Focus, for the gifted channel membership. I really appreciate that. W's to you, my dear. It's really funny that I happened to post that clip of the Party for Socialism and Liberation calling to abolish the Constitution today, because Alex Jones also posted a clip of the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and his response was a little bit different than mine. When I post about the Party for Socialism and Liberation, I show you them using the unions to organize, talking about teaching this stuff in schools, talking about overthrowing the government, abolishing the Constitution, talking about what comes after they overthrow the government. When Alex Jones posts about the Party for Socialism and Liberation, he says, I am a socialist because I have a 65-point IQ and I'm the biggest sucker in the world. And then, guys, that wasn't even the good part. Then he followed it up with, I'm a socialist because I've never worked a day in my life and because I was brainwashed by mega corporations that control higher education who want to ensure I never amount to anything. And I responded to Alex Jones and I said, Alex, how do socialists control the unions if they don't have jobs? How do socialists control the unions if they don't have jobs, Alex Jones? So I wonder, can you guys do me a favor? Can you guys do me a favor and reply to Alex Jones? And maybe tell him that it's time to hinge into reality and talk to me. Ask very nicely. Don't be a dick about it. Don't be a dick about it. But can you say, Alex, I have learned from Karlyn that these people not only control the labor unions, but they are using the labor unions to organize a mass general strike in May of 2028 that is literally going to shut down the economy. And oh, by the way, Karlyn just recorded these people last week, literally calling to abolish the Constitution and overthrow the government. Do you maybe want to talk to her? Should you guys talk? Maybe, like, Alex, you think they're low IQ retards who don't have jobs. Karlyn thinks the threat is just a little more serious than that and merits a more serious response, and you're Alex fucking Jones. Do you guys maybe want to talk? Do you want to come together and have a conversation about all the ways in which Alex Jones is wrong and Karlyn is right? Do you want to look at the evidence? Do you want to look at the actual clips? Not the clickbait shit that conservative retards share on Twitter. I'm talking about the actual shit. Does anyone actually want to do that? I mean, listen, if nothing else, I do think that Alex Jones wants the truth. I even went on Harrison Smith's show and have been saying it on Harrison's show. And I know that Harrison has mentioned it to Alex Jones and he hasn't apparently listened yet. It's just too bad. It's just too bad. With some of the crazy people that Alex Jones has on his show, the fact that he and I haven't actually had a conversation yet probably is a little ridiculous, and it's especially ridiculous when he's running around saying things like people are socialists because they're low IQ and they don't have jobs, when they literally control the labor unions, including the teachers unions and all the public schools. I just want him to be better. I like Alex Jones. Who doesn't like Alex Jones? You can't not like the guy, even if he's a little dumb sometimes. I want him to be better. I want him to take the problem more seriously. But listen, maybe if Alex Jones isn't ready to take the problem seriously, maybe he and I shouldn't talk yet, because I'm going to get good and pissed off if he doesn't take the problem seriously. If he wants to have HT on and talk about all the Jews, if he thinks that's a bigger priority than this, he's the man. It's his show. It's his world. I'm just living in it. But maybe it would be beneficial for everyone if he and I had a conversation. I'm just saying. All right. You guys ready to get into the real shit? Everyone needs to give a tip of their hat to Reagan. Because today's webinar, today's stream is happening because of Reagan. Because Reagan sent me an emergency DM the other night, and she said, Karlyn, I just found this crazy thing, and I think we need to get access to it. And so Reagan found a meeting that happened yesterday called Everyone is Trans. Leslie Feinberg, sounds Jewish, and the reconstruction of queer history. And then someone paid money to sign up to get access to the recording when it was done. And guess what? I have the recording. I have it right here. I was hoping to get it yesterday, but it didn't come in until the stream was almost over. So now we have the recording of this. Does anyone want to watch this? One in the chat if you want to watch the Everyone is Trans queer history conversation. 2 in the chat if you think that sounds like a dumb idea. 1 in the chat if you're ready to go and watch the Everyone is Trans presentation. 2 in the chat if you think this sounds like a dumb idea. And guys, please, as you're coming in, please mount the like button for me if you would be so kind. Liking the video helps YouTube to recommend my content to more people. If we're going to watch this Everything is Trans thing and suffer through it, we want as many people here as possible with us, because if we have to suffer, then other people have to suffer too. That's the rule, okay? So it's 2 hours long. We're going to dig into it. I will be taking questions, breaking down the information, telling you guys what I think you need to know. Let's get this party started and dig into the presentation that was just happened yesterday. And thank you for the secret recording. Everyone is Trans. We appreciate it.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this evening's edition of the Feminist Lecture Programme. My name is Louisa. If you have never met me before, I'm the founder and director of the Feminist Lecture Programme, and I'm joined by Ripley Mandalis this evening for a very special lecture, which I'm very excited about. But before I hand you over to Ripley, I'm afraid I've got a few bits of kind of FAQs and boring bits that I have to get through, so you're going to have to tolerate me speaking for a few seconds, and then I will hand you over into Ripley's capable hands. So feel free to say hi, comment in the chat, wherever you're signing in from, do let us know. We usually have people from all over the world, so welcome everyone. And I'm just going to double check that the chat is now on. For some reason, it keeps turning itself off, so hopefully it should be on now. Just double checking that setting. That should be fine. But the FAQs.
So this is a group in the UK, which is why we had to wait for the recording, because it was just at a very early time yesterday. But like the person actually speaking is from New York, so it's okay.
So if anybody is new here, feel free to say hi, introduce yourself. We love newbies and we love seeing the old favorite names in the chat. But for those of you who might not know, this session, as all our sessions, is being recorded. So no matter what ticket you've bought, you will automatically receive 7 days of recording access, and we will send that out to you via email after the session ends. So if you are looking out for the recording and it hasn't made its way to your inbox by tomorrow morning UK time, assume something has gone awry with the tech and just drop us an email and we'll make sure we get that sent out to you. Toolbar, blah, blah. Oh my goodness, it's been really hot here today and my brain has not caught up with my mouth yet, so forgive me. But subtitles are available in the toolbar at the bottom of your screen, and there's also a live translation service, so feel free to pop that on if you need it. As always, we'll be doing my favorite bit, which is a lovely Q&A at the end of the lecture. So you'll have the opportunity to ask any questions. So feel free to pop them in the chat throughout, but just be aware that we will be saving all the questions until the end. And feel free to follow us at the Feminist Lecture Program. I'm not going to talk about that right this second because we've got other things that I need to talk about. But if you're new here, this is pretty much what the Feminist Lecture Program does. We're here every Monday evening talking about something pretty cool, whether it's from cyberbullying and technology, gender-based violence.
We're going to fast forward a little bit. Fast forward through the promo.
Alas, no, we have never received
fast forward.
For Everyone is Trans, Leslie Feinberg, and the Reconstruction of Queer History.
Thank you so much. All right, let's go ahead and get these slides going. All right, everyone, welcome. First of all, thank you so much to the Feminist Lecture Program for having me. This lecture evolved and expanded from a workshop that I taught at SUNY Westchester in New York.
SUNY Westchester, state-funded school.
Internationally. So again, thank you for having me here. And thank you to everybody who's tuned in today. I really appreciate it. We have a lot of ground to cover. We're going to talk about history, theory, and eventually we're going to talk about strategies for dealing with the problems faced by today's transgender community, as well as how it fits into broader feminist movements, the gay rights movement, the labor movement, the anti-war movement, etc. So if you have any questions, please drop those in the chat and we'll all talk together about that at the end. But to start us off, before we start moving through history, I want to take a moment to talk about the current state of the trans liberation movement and the challenges that we're facing. So I know it's grim to think about, but we have to talk about it. Right now, leading experts, including the founder of Genocide Watch, have observed that there is a very real possibility of an impending trans genocide in the United States. The indicators of that we're talking about are the current government policies,
anytime now,
high
guys.
rates of
Genocide
murder and
incoming.
assault. The FBI has been profiling us as terrorists. There are medical networks refusing to treat us. Schools are banning us from participating in extracurriculars. Major publications like the New York Times are targeting us for ritual scapegoating, all while at the same time, a lot of these far-right power brokers, politicians, and public figures who are behind a lot of this are also secretly addicted to trans pornography and the services of trans sex workers. So we're in a sort of unique position because we are simultaneously America's biggest fetish and its biggest perceived existential threat.
Probably not true. Not
within
untrue.
Queer communities, we then have a whole other set of issues. Obviously, there is the international prevalence of TERFism, which has now been bolstered and broadly popularized by its loudest champion, J.K. Rowling. which means that
They
even
hate
queer
J.K.
spaces
Rowling.
have become dangerous for us in a lot of ways. There's this idea that transness is a threat to feminism or to gay and lesbian liberation. We have to deal with gay transphobes. We have to deal with respectability politics.
Gay
There's this
transphobes.
well, maybe not so new, drop the T movement. This is the idea that lesbians, gay people, and bisexual people have a better chance at equality and integration into society if they abandon trans people. And then even just within trans circles, within the LGBT community, there's all sorts of issues. There's a lot of debate and a lot of conflict that arises from that debate about the nature of transness and who does or does not count as trans. Within this, there are sort of two different schools of thought. There's one idea that is the idea that transness is some sort of new social or cultural development. On the surface, this tends to suggest that we as trans people should wait for all other marginalized groups to achieve their civil rights before we get ours, or the idea that transness is a fad that's going to go away eventually. Conversely, there's another idea, which is that trans people have existed forever, right? That this is not a new development, that we've always been around in some shape or form. But this is complicated because it's very, very difficult to identify our historical trajectory and where exactly we came from, insofar as the broad cis hetero populace is not particularly interested in history books by trans people. So in order to make sense of all of this,
I can't imagine why that is.
How to make sense of all these problems that we're facing, and then to start developing strategies on what to do about them, we have to answer two surprisingly difficult questions. The first one is, what does the word trans actually mean?
Oh,
that's
transcend.
not just today, but historically.
Transform.
And insofar as the coining of terms tends to follow the discovery of concepts rather than vice versa, the second question that we're going to have to answer is, what was the historical process that led to the formation of what we now somewhat lazily call trans identity, or, if you like, the trans community?
Good question.
So we need to answer these questions in order to define what we mean when we say trans liberation, right? In order to achieve something, we need to be able to codify what it actually is specifically. So to do this, we're going to start by working our way backward. So we'll start with Stonewall. The way that we talk about trans people today tends to make it sound like we sort of came into existence with the Stonewall Uprising in New York in 1969. Now, obviously, this isn't true because uprisings only happen after prolonged periods of civil unrest, meaning there has to be time for pressure to build up before the explosion occurs. In this period, in the late 60s, economic oppression and police violence toward trans people had been a really serious problem for quite some time. New York City is often thought of as this sort of very, very diverse, progressive...
Hang on, I just want to comment on something Lisa Old Granny said in the chat. After learning so much from Dr. K in this channel, I found myself having extreme anger issues. You're not the only one, Lisa Old Granny. Not only at the incompetence of our government to do anything, but also all the illegals invading. I am extremely angry at our government and Trump and all of Trump's friends and all the conservative influencers and media and con artists who constantly lie and lie and lie and lie and lie. But you know what? You are welcome to complain about them here because they suck. They have lied to and misinformed millions of people. And I think that once you see the truth and once you see the primary source evidence, it's pretty natural to have anger issues. I'm sorry about it. I wish I could change it, but it is what it is.
But in the 60s, the police could arrest you if you were wearing less than 3 articles of clothing that matched your sex, right? That was enough. That was enough reason to arrest you. And oddly enough, the only day of the year when it was legal to dress in what we would now call drag was Halloween, which is how Halloween became the sort of queer Christmas that it is today. But still, even knowing all of that, a lot of trans scholarship and a lot of the modern historical documents that we're familiar with are written sometime after this pivotal moment in the late 60s. So what? Did trans people come into being sometime in the 50s or 60s? If so, why then specifically? But in order to answer that question, we now have to rewind again. So in 1990,
Magnus Hirschfeld! Lightning bolts in the
Institute for
chat!
Sexual Sciences was founded in Germany. This was spearheaded by a scientist named
Nazis
Magnus
mentioned.
Hirschfeld.
Almost.
Now, the Hirschfeld Institute was basically a scientific research center, a sexual health clinic, sort of like an earlier
The
version
origin of
today's
trans people,
Planned
Magnus
Parenthood,
Hirschfeld.
and a massive library of historical writing where Hirschfeld and his co-workers had consolidated a huge amount of data about this specific group of people that Hirschfeld comes up with a name for in 1910. The term that he coins is transvestite. And in 1923, he then comes up with a more specific term for a subcategory within that group, which he calls transsexuals. Now, the first term, transvestite, this may seem antiquated today, but it's really important to note as we talk about this that Hirschfeld was not a transphobe. He wasn't trying to do conversion therapy or anything like that. He didn't think there was anything wrong with trans people per se, but he was very, very aware that they were being terrorized by police and that they were committing suicide in large numbers. So what does he do? He and his team basically, in the early 1900s, developed early forms of sex reassignment surgery, facial feminization surgery, facial masculinization surgery, facial and body hair removal treatments, and the early forms of hormone therapy. He also, this one's funny, Hirschfeld would issue doctor's notes from the Institute to trans people so they could basically have a little card that explained what their diagnosis was and said that they had a note from their doctor that said they needed to be allowed to present their preferred way in public for their health. And then Hirschfeld goes to the police in Berlin, tells them about these passes, and manages to convince a lot of the police department to accept these as legal documents.
Wow.
Which keeps an enormous number of trans people in Germany out of jail. It's also worth noting that trans people were not just clients at the Hirschfeld Institute. A lot of them also worked there. Now, part of why this is so important, insofar as all of this starts around 1910, is that we know that the conditions that Hirschfeld was researching and the population that he served had been around for a lot longer than that in order to get noticed by the medical world. So even if transness got its name in the early 1900s, we know from this context that the phenomenon has to have predated that significantly. Now, when I teach this class in New York, this is usually the point where a bunch of hands shoot up, and students want to know if there was more or less a modern Library of Alexandria on trans science and trans history in the 1920s.
Yeah, Nazis destroyed it.
What the hell happened to it? Those of you who've done some previous reading on this topic may already be able to guess where this is going.
Book burnings.
But in
so based. So fucking based.
In the 1930s, things start to get very complicated for Magnus Hirschfeld. Once Hitler came to power, the Nazis started targeting Hirschfeld and everyone who worked.
One in the chat for book burning is necessary and awesome. Two in the chat if book burning is awful and bad. One in the chat if book burning is necessary and awesome. Two in the chat if book burning is awful and bad. Let me know your thoughts.
For him because of his work with gay people who at the time were called homophiles rather than homosexuals, and trans people who are still being called transvestites or transsexuals. And the argument is that all of these people have an un-German character. So because of this, Hirschfeld was physically attacked a bunch of times. He was smeared in right-wing newspapers. The Institute started getting raided. And then eventually, as you can see in the picture on the right, the Institute was destroyed and all of the books
So
inside of it
sad.
were burned.
That's so sad.
This kind of
It's
thing
tragedy.
was happening all across Europe in
Tragic.
just about every country that the Nazis or their fascist allies touched. So the reason why I want to talk about this, I know this is a really dark way to start the lecture, but the reason why this is so important, the big takeaway of all of this, is that the reason why trans history is so hard to trace and identify is not because it's all muddled or because it came into existence recently. It's hard to trace and identify because it has been actively, broadly, and systemically destroyed. Not just
Based?
ignored or forgotten, but willfully erased. And on top of that, the current powers that be have not made it a priority to correct that problem. So we'll come back to that
because
later.
it shouldn't be.
But coming back to Germany for the moment, everybody knows that the Nazis burned books, but history tends to glaze over what books specifically they were burning. That is to say, they weren't burning all books, right? It wasn't just a campaign against literacy.
Say.
It was a campaign against books about topics that would have been considered a threat to Nazi fascism, which in Germany basically is 4 topics. It's books about communism, Judaism, anything in the vein of what we would now call anti-racism, and then homosexuality and transness.
So the Nazis were burning books about communism, Jewish, queer people, and anti-racism. That's all they were doing. That's why, but I mean, listen, man, like, if we had to pick 4 topics to burn books about, I think that communism, Judaism, queer liberation and bullshit, and anti-racism, I think those are 4 pretty good topics. 1 in the chat if you're in favor of burning books on those topics. 2 in the chat if you think that's going too far. Again, we're not talking about all books. We're not talking about all knowledge. We're talking about burning books about communism, Judaism, queer liberation, and anti-racism. 1 in the chat if you think that burning those books is a good idea. 2 in the chat if you think it's going too far. Let me know.
So why? Why are these 4 things specifically such a big deal to the Nazi
The Germans
Party?
were on it.
It is, of course, very tempting to chalk far-right racism up to hatred or ignorance or fear of the unknown, but thinking that way leaves us with a sort of
Yeah, I got to do my disclaimer. Thank you, ding, 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 for the reminder. As a reminder, guys, my commentary is a work of satirical fiction and exaggerated for comedic effect. Any resemblance to real places or situations is purely coincidental. Also, we love Jews, no anti-Semitism allowed, Hitler's awful, the Holocaust totally happened, 10 million Jews died in the Holocaust, not a single Jew less, and gas chambers definitely have wooden doors, and like, Jews should be given all our money and all the land they want.
Simplistic view of history that falls apart under deeper inspection. There is a historical thread that links anti-communism, anti-Semitism, racism, and queer phobia.
Oh, yeah?
And it's the history of Western economics.
Wow.
Economics are all about consolidating power, and that...
It's the history of Western economics. What's another word for that, guys? What is another word for the concept of Western economics? All of these topics are blended together because of Western economics. What is another word for Western economics, do you think? I think that's capitalism. I think that's capitalism. I think that's what they mean when they say capitalism. Actually, capitalism, private property ownership. Let's listen.
To chalk far-right racism up to hatred or ignorance or fear of the unknown, but thinking that way leaves us with a sort of oversimplistic view of history that falls apart under deeper inspection. There is a historical thread that links anti-communism, anti-Semitism, racism, and queer phobia, and it's the history of Western economics. Economics are all about consolidating power, and that power is what the fascists of all kinds and during all periods are after. So it would be historically reductive to say, for example, that transphobia works the same way that racism does. But in order to understand the invention of transphobia, we also need to understand the economic roots that it comes from.
Capitalism invented transphobia. That is the argument that's being made. Capitalism invented transphobia. Okay, how did that happen, Ripley?
And to understand those economic roots, we have to first do a little sidebar and talk about the economic roots of racism. I would argue, and this is something I also talk about.
Guys, are you telling me that capitalism also created racism? Are you guys telling me that when the left says racism, they really mean capitalism because racism was created by the economic system? Are you guys telling me that whiteness means capitalism? That capitalism not only created transphobia, it also created racism? I'm so shocked to hear this. I don't know who could have predicted. I don't know what genius on the internet could have predicted what they were going to say and has been screaming about it on the internet for years.
Right, racism up to hatred or ignorance or fear of the unknown. But thinking that way leaves us with a sort of oversimplistic view of history that falls apart under deeper inspection. There is a historical thread that links anti-communism, anti-Semitism, racism, and queerphobia, and it's the history of Western economics. Economics are all about consolidating power, and that power is what the fascists of all kinds and during all periods are after. So it would be historically reductive to say, for example, that transphobia works the same way that racism does. But in order to understand the invention of transphobia, we also need to understand the economic roots that it comes from. And to understand those economic roots, we have to first do a little sidebar and talk about the economic roots of racism. I would argue, and this is something I also talk about a lot with my students in New York, is that you can't actually understand transphobia if you don't have a good understanding of racism.
Oh yeah, because they're both created by capitalism.
About that, we're going to talk about a scholar that I'm a huge fan of. This is Ibram X. Kendi.
Haven't seen him in a while.
He is an anti-racist scholar who wrote a really fantastic book called Stamped from the Beginning. And what this book does is it tracks the origins and what we would call the invention of racism. So Kendi's main thesis in this book is that racism did not, as we might assume, evolve organically out of ignorance or hatred for people who are different or fear of the unknown. His theory is that racism as a social force was manufactured over time by powerful people intentionally in order to justify economic policies.
Powerful people mean the bourgeois capitalists who owned slaves. It was about slavery ownership. That was private property ownership because they believed that the Constitution in the United States of America was literally built on the idea of protecting the private property, the slaves of the bourgeois capitalist masters.
So we used to think, sort of in the academic world.
I didn't need to write a whole book to explain that.
It used to be broadly assumed that racism was the logic behind slavery. But if you actually track the order in which these concepts came into being, you find very quickly that slavery has existed way longer than, say, for example, anti-Blackness. So we'll take ancient Greece or Rome, for example. These are mostly white cultures where people own mostly white slaves. Though, of course, whiteness doesn't exist yet in ancient Greece or ancient Rome, so it's a little complicated.
Whiteness was created when slaves were brought to America, and they needed to distinguish the property-owning class, the white capitalists, from the owned property, the black slaves. That is what they believe created whiteness. Yeah, you guys are way more obsessed with the Arabs than they are, to be honest with you. The right is way more obsessed with Arabs and Muslims than the left is, so I doubt you're going to hear them talk about that.
But the point is, the logic behind ancient slavery was not that you got to have slaves because they were lesser beings than you biologically. The logic at the time was that you got to own slaves because you had conquered them, which meant that you were in charge now. Like, the whole argument was basically just because I can. It's
seems like a pretty good argument,
particularly
actually.
interesting if you look at ancient Rome.
Not that I'm advocating for slavery, I'm
Romans
not.
were very, very hung up on having Greek slaves in particular as teachers for their children, because they thought that Greeks were so intelligent and cultured that the theory was that Roman kids who grew up around Greek slaves would grow up smarter than children who grew up around other Romans. So as we move out of ancient times, and then the Enlightenment starts to move across Europe, and we go through the Napoleonic Wars and the Age of Revolutions, where the divine right of kings falls apart and the rights of man starts to become a more popular idea, economies that run on slave labor start to run into a major hiccup, which is that people start to realize on a broad level that slavery is immoral. Of course, there were always people who knew that, but it starts to become a more pervasive.
For everyone asking, how do they explain slavery in this country, or how do they explain slavery in that country? They don't care. This is about leftism in America. They are only talking about slavery in America. They do not care about slavery in the Middle East. They do not care about slavery in Africa. This is only about America. We need to focus on this because communism and leftist activism in America hinges on this development. It is a uniquely American characteristic, is treated as such by the left. So every time you guys try to muddy the waters by saying, what about this and what about that? And I'm going to debunk them because I think that if I debunk the left, I'm going to change their mind, which you're never going to, by the way. There is no debunk that you can possibly use on the left to change their mind. The left only cares about slavery in America because that is the phenomenon that they believe created literally all other oppression. Everything else comes after that. It is unique to the American experience, and it is unique to leftist activism in this country specifically. You have got to focus.
Idea. So what Kennedy outlines in his book is essentially that religious racism and scientific racism get invented mostly in the Americas by a relatively small group of wealthy white so-called intellectuals,
property owners,
specifically to justify the transatlantic slave trade, as all of these new ideas about morality are starting to complicate policies around slavery. So they are putting forward a new argument, which is not, I own slaves because I can. The new argument that they're pushing is, yes, of course, it's wrong to enslave other people, but look, we did some research, which, you know, by research, what they really mean is measuring imaginary ridges on people's skulls, right? It's eugenics. But what they're saying is, we did some research and we discovered that non-white people actually are not people. So that means it's okay to own them. And of course, this is backwards, it's wrong. But the reason why it's really important to talk about in this context is that we need to keep in mind that Germany did not invent scientific racism or eugenics. They got those ideas from the United States. So moving forward, we need to bear in mind that racist ideas don't shape economic policies. Racist ideas get generated in order to justify economic policies. So let's go back to Germany. If you are trying to consolidate power for your specific social class, and you are an Aryan Christian German, you're going to want to convince your peers that there is something inherently evil or wrong or inferior about being anything other than an Aryan Christian German. Same thing can be said about anti-communism in terms of economic incentives. So if Hitler is trying to take over the world in the 1930s, he knows that at some point he's going to have to go to war with Russia. And Russia has recently become a communist country. So in order for this project to work, he needs to convince the German people to fear and hate communists. He has to gear them up for a war with Russia if he is going to achieve his long-term goal.
Yeah, that's the only reason to hate communists.
To get back to the main thread,
yeah, that's it.
We've now covered how racism fits into all of this, how anti-communism fits into all of this. But what is it about gay people and trans people that makes them just as dangerous to the Nazi regime as something like the USSR? What economic incentive were homophobia and transphobia manufactured in order to justify? So in order to answer that question, this is the point at which we need to figure out where homosexuality and transness actually come from in the first place. And in order to do that, we finally get to turn to our titular scholar, Leslie Feinberg. Leslie Feinberg was, in their own words, a secular Jewish, butch, transgender lesbian, as well as an activist, a labor organizer, theorist, historian, and a working class intellectual. So Feinberg is an interesting case historically when we look at different kinds of transness through the ages, because they were assigned female at birth. They realized they were a lesbian. They then came into identity as a butch lesbian. Then later they started taking testosterone and living as what we would now call a transgender man. And then somewhere down the line, they stopped taking testosterone. They got lasered to get rid of their beard. And then they transitioned into what we would now call a non-binary person, while also still identifying as a butch lesbian. So this is an interesting example of somebody who lived as multiple different kinds of trans over the course of their life without ever falling into the sort of modern camp of detransitioning, per se. Most people know Feinberg in today's day and age from their novel Stone Butch Blues, which is a really gorgeous historical novel, which I would highly recommend reading. But today we are going to be focused not on Feinberg's role as a fiction writer, but on their role as a historian. Specifically, the method of historical analysis that Feinberg pioneered, which is called Marxist transgender theory. This is basically the
Marxist transgender theory. You don't say.
Practice of applying dialectical materialism to the history of gender variance, as seen in this book, Transgender Warriors. This book came out in 1996, and it is what we would generally consider to be the first ever trans history book. You can actually download and read this book along with Stone Butch Blues and a lot of Feinberg's other writing for free if you go on Leslie Feinberg's website, which I believe is still up. It's lesliefeinberg.net. So get a free PDF of that. It is a wonderful book. And it more or less begins with this really sort of wonderful anecdote where Feinberg is a young trans person and they go to a museum and they stumble across a diorama of a Native American tribe. And it's got all of these tiny little figurines in it. And when they start examining the figurines up closely, Feinberg notices that some of the figures who are dressed like men and are doing quote unquote men's work,
Native American non-binary two-spirits,
women. And some of the figurines that are dressed up like women and are doing women's work are in fact men. So Feinberg asks one of the guides at the museum about it, and he explains that this sort of thing was totally normal in this Native American tribe before the continent was colonized. And when the guide tells Feinberg this, he, of course, is very, very disturbed by this. You know, to him, this seems like some kind of savagery. But Feinberg, when they hear about this, Feinberg has this aha moment and realizes that the history of the gender binary and of gender variance isn't nearly as rigid as people think that it is. Feinberg realizes that this perceived rigidity isn't natural and that it's actually coming from an active manipulation of history, right? Because the people at the museum knew about this, right? They knew that this was normal during this tribe, and they chose not to give that information.
What they are saying is that all throughout history, the indigenous people have known that gender was a social construct, And then in some Native American tribes, some men dress like women and some women dress like men. And often these non-binary people were the spiritual leaders of those tribes, and they transcended the gender binary. This has always happened. It has always been normal. And this is why they want to abolish gender. That is one of the goals of queer Marxism, is to abolish gender entirely. They want to get rid of the categories of men and women. They want to make everyone a non-binary. And it all comes back to this.
Public. You had to go digging if you wanted that information. So Feinberg realizes that there is this deconstruction and intentional erasure of trans history that has happened in the 1900s. So they then set out to try to reconstruct trans history and figure out where we came from and why we are marginalized the way that we are in today's society. Now, before we get any deeper into that, I want to take a moment to talk about Feinberg's definition of trans.
Yeah, please do that.
Because it's a little bit different from the one that we use today, and that's really important.
You don't say.
Feinberg's definition of transgender is literally just transgressively gendered. That's it. So what that means is
not man, not woman.
Anyone who doesn't fit cleanly into a societal binary of the ideas of man and woman.
Her definition of transgender is anyone who is not man or woman, people who are outside of the gender binary. This is not about transitioning from man to woman or woman to man. Queer Marxists don't believe in transitioning from man to woman or woman to man because they don't think the categories of men and women should exist. They want to abolish them entirely. So this person's original definition of the term transgender was not transition. It was to exist outside of the gender binary, to transform gender, to transcend gender. That is what we're talking about.
Intentional erasure of trans history that has happened in the 1900s. So they then set out to try to reconstruct trans history and figure out where we came from and why we are marginalized the way that we are in today's society. Now, before we get any deeper into that, I want to take a moment to talk about Feinberg's definition of trans, because it's a little bit different from the one that we use today, and that's really important. Feinberg's definition of transgender is literally just transgressively gendered. That's it. So what that means is it's anyone who doesn't fit cleanly into a societal binary of the ideas of man and woman. So transgender, when Feinberg uses the term transgender, they're using it as a very, very, very broad umbrella term. And that umbrella term includes transsexual people, right? That's, people like me who medically transition. It also includes cross-dressers, drag queens, drag kings, butch lesbians, feminine gay men, intersex people, and in fact, literally anybody with a non-rigid gender expression.
Everyone
so to give you an
trans,
idea of what
guys.
this means in
Everyone
practice,
is
Feinberg
trans.
would make the argument that a straight man who was raised by lesbians could, in a certain way, be considered transgender, because he's going to have a different relationship to his own masculinity than somebody who was raised by a straight couple. So by this logic, most gay people, and actually a lot of straight people, are functionally trans, whether they would actually identify themselves that way or not. Obviously, this is very different from the way that we define trans today. Since Feinberg's time, the term transgender has narrowed a lot, and it's now used sort of synonymously with transsexual. And this is why today we have all of these debates about who's trans and who isn't. And it's also, to my mind, the reason why all of those debates are bullshit. You can be transgender and transsexual, but you do not need to be transsexual in order to be transgender, right? This also reveals the sort of silly...
Just for people who are new here, I don't tolerate this bullshit. They can't succeed, and so they want everyone else to fail. Like, literally shut the fuck up, bro. Literally shut the fuck up. Right now, what we are doing is studying the left. We are not feeding into your conservative fucking desire to own the fucking libs. I don't want to see this shit in the chat. I've already seen other people doing it too. If you are not capable of taking this project seriously, of researching these people from a detached perspective, where you are reining in your own fucking fragile feelings and actually just analyzing it for the phenomenon that it is, then get the fuck out of my chat.
And hypocrisy of all these debates that put gayness and transness against each other, right? Most gay people, by the classical definition, are some kind of transgender. Now, part of the reason why Feinberg uses such a broad umbrella term here is because they're an organizer, right?
They're an organizer.
They're not interested in pitting sects of the community against one another. Feinberg is an activist. So they are interested in organizing large groups of marginalized people around common goals. So this is important because the classical definition of trans is much more community-oriented and therefore useful for organizing than the current definition. The current definition, which is this super specific definition of transgender, to my mind, is reflective of how big hyper-individualism has become in Western culture with the advancement
individualism
of capitalism,
upholds
social media, etc.
He just said it. He just said it. Individualism came with the advance of capitalism.
This is important because the classical definition of trans is much more community-oriented and therefore useful for organizing than the current definition. The current definition, which is this super specific definition of transgender, to my mind, is reflective of how big hyper-individualism has become in Western culture with the advancement of capitalism, social media, etc.
There it is.
I personally
capitalism
prefer
creates
Feinberg's definition,
individualism.
and for that reason, it's the one that we're going to be using for the rest of the lecture. Now, again, when I teach this class in New York, this tends to be the point where a bunch of my students start asking, if there was a trans history book written in the mid-90s, why have they never heard of it before? And the short answer is, this book is never going to be taught in American schools because Leslie Feinberg was a communist. But what that means practically is that by virtue of being a communist or a socialist or a Marxist or whatever we want to call them, Feinberg is very concerned about economic policy as a tool of oppression. So when they start retracing trans history, which can be sort of amorphous, they do it by following material economic trends as a way of measuring the development of social movements through class struggle and via relations of power. This works really well for them because, as we learned with Kendi, bigoted ideas are created retroactively to support mechanisms of economic oppression. So the big question that Feinberg is trying to answer with Marxist transgender theory is, what was the economic incentive behind the invention of cis-heteropatriarchy, and who was behind it?
Cis-heteropatriarchy means cultural normativity, the cultural norms that uphold capitalism. It means the gender binary, the idea that men and women exist. It also means the nuclear family because they think the nuclear family is the reproduction mechanism of capitalism. So that's what they're talking about when they say patriarchal cis-heteronormativity. It's cultural normativity.
Another way to put this would be, in the same way that we know that race was invented in order to manufacture racism, in order to maintain slavery,
capitalism.
Feinberg thinks that gender, as we know it, was invented in order to manufacture patriarchy.
Capitalism.
So they need to figure out who was behind this and what...
The patriarchy to the left means the hierarchy that exists between the socially constructed categories of men and women. So they believe capitalism created the socially constructed category of men, put them in the workplace, gave them all the power and all the money because they were out. They did not have reproductive ability. Capitalism also created the socially constructed category of women based on their reproductive ability. They were put into the home where they did the unpaid labor of having and raising the next generation of proletarian workers within the nuclear family, thus reproducing the capitalist system. The hierarchy that capitalism created by creating the socially constructed categories of gender is what is referred to as the patriarchy. So just like slavery means capitalism because slavery is private property ownership, patriarchy also means capitalism because it means the gendered division of labor based on reproductive ability and the hierarchy of power that creates. Hope that makes sense.
Created retroactively to support mechanisms of economic oppression. So the big question that Feinberg is trying to answer with Marxist transgender theory is, what was the economic incentive behind the invention of cis heteropatriarchy, and who was behind it? Another way to put this would be, in the same way that we know that race was invented in order to manufacture racism, in order to maintain slavery, Feinberg thinks that gender, as we know it, was invented in order to manufacture patriarchy. So they need to figure out who was behind this and what economic structure patriarchy was supposed to protect.
Capitalism.
So now we're going to go even further back. We're going to talk about the invention of gender as we understand it today. So we're going back to ancient times. Feinberg is digging through the archives and they're reading everything they can get their hands on. They find out about Joan of Arc. They go back to ancient Greece and they learn about Tiresias and Hermaphroditus. And they discover that in just about every indigenous society prior to the age of colonialism, there are people with penises who function as women socially.
People with penises.
And there are people with vaginas who function as men socially. They're called different things, but the thread stays consistent. And we still see discoveries like this today. One of my favorite ones was a few years ago. There was some work done on the skeletons of these Viking warriors who had been found in full battle armor. And everyone had always assumed that these were the skeletons of men. But the deeper into the research we go, eventually it was discovered that these armored warriors from Viking times were in fact women. So part of the reason why I bring that up is to understand gender variance in ancient times, you have to understand that a lot of these people were not marginalized. This kind of gender variance used to be considered normal in a lot of these societies. So when did the flip happen? Well, gender is a kind of social class.
I'm betting it was the 50s.
Most of the early ancient societies, and we're talking like pre-biblical times here, were what we would call communalist societies that didn't necessarily have
Might be the
social
Industrial
classes,
Revolution too.
nor did they have patriarchies the way that we do now. Social classes start to develop and appear roughly around the same time that trade routes start to get really advanced.
Industrialization,
and
that's what it
commerce
is.
starts to generate what we would
Capitalism.
call surplus, which then becomes wealth. So once wealth enters the equation, class divisions start to materialize with it, which basically just means people who control wealth versus people who don't. And in most of these societies, the people who control the wealth are small groups of men who are consolidating surplus until it becomes wealth. And then once they have wealth, they have to then find ways to maintain it. So they do this in a couple of different ways. The first is they are rewriting laws and religious doctrine to give men control over wealth, a sort of moral
property,
backing,
private
right?
property.
Then after that, they then have to narrow the definition of what it means to be a man. This means that their economic unit becomes smaller and tighter and more rigid, which means less people to share wealth with. The next step after that is to establish the idea of what we would now call private property. And the all-important factor in understanding how private property works, and the all-important factor in the way these folks maintain private property, is inheritance rights, right?
That's the family.
You can accumulate.
One of the reasons they want to abolish the nuclear family is the nuclear family is about property inheritance. It's about passing property from parent to child. Capitalism is defined as private property ownership. That is what they want to abolish. Parental rights allows for the passing of private property from parent to child, which keeps it privatized within the nuclear family. That's one of the reasons they want to abolish the family. Listen again.
Societies that didn't necessarily have social classes, nor did they have patriarchies the way that we do now. Social classes start to develop and appear roughly around the same time that trade routes start to get really advanced, and commerce starts to generate what we would call surplus, which then becomes wealth. So once wealth enters the equation, class divisions start to materialize with it, which basically just means people who control wealth versus people who don't. And in most of these societies, the people who control the wealth are small groups of men who are consolidating surplus until it becomes wealth. And then once they have wealth, they have to then find ways to maintain it. So they do this in a couple of different ways. The first is they are rewriting laws and religious doctrine to give men control over wealth, a sort of moral backing, right? Then after that, they then have to narrow the definition of what it means to be a man. This means that their economic unit becomes smaller and tighter and more rigid, which means less people to share wealth with. The next step after that is to establish the idea of what we would now call private property. And the all-important factor in understanding how private property works, and the all-important factor in the way these folks maintain private property, is inheritance rights, right? You can accumulate a lot more wealth if you convince everyone around you that it is morally correct for you
no. No, Ashley. No. In fact, the queering of the American child doesn't have any of this in it. Do you know how I know that? Because we've looked at that garbage piece of shit book that really should be removed from all of history so far as I'm concerned. They don't mention capitalism at all in that book. And also, one of the co-authors of that book doesn't even understand this. And James Lindsay, the other one, sure as shit doesn't understand this either. So, welcome to the community, Ashley. Welcome to the community. If James Lindsay and Logan Lansing and those fucking retards have been the only interaction that you've had with this, just know they don't know what the fuck that they're talking about. They openly admit it. They are completely incapable of intellectually defending their ideas. Their book is dog shit garbage. We read it. We looked at it. We listened to their talks about it. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And you would be smarter about this topic had you never read that book in the first place. So if you want to stay around and learn the real shit, you're welcome. If you want to stay in fantasy land, you can go back to James. Yeah, they literally lie to people for money. They lie to people for money. Well, it's okay. You didn't know. You didn't know, but now you do. Now you do. So it's not your fault you were lied to. They've lied to a lot of people. But again, I know for an absolute fact that book doesn't have any of this shit in it. I know that for a fact. So we got to hinge into reality, girl. Thank you for the super chat, Dave. Communism is demonic influence over men for the purpose of destruction. Well, no, that's not true. We don't engage in that level of retardation here. So listen, I'm going to keep your money. But I don't agree with anything you said in the super chat. I think it's really fucking low IQ and retarded and dumb. We are not Christians here. If you want to be a Christian, that's fine. But, like, I'm going to keep your money because you proselytized to me in my chat, and I don't appreciate that. Thanks for the money, though.
Firstborn son in your family to get to keep all of your dad's stuff when he died. So in order for a privileged class to maintain its privilege, right, it needs to be able to pass that wealth on so that it can continue to accumulate. And this is where the idea of the male heir comes from. So what Feinberg ends up saying is that surplus from trade gets consolidated and becomes wealth. Wealth gets codified and becomes private property. Private property gets fenced off via inheritance rights. Inheritance rights
Family.
then get codified via patriarchy.
Capitalism.
And via patriarchy, we finally land at the economic unit of what we would now call the nuclear family. That's not to say that families didn't exist before patriarchy. It's just to say that the nuclear family as it exists today was designed as an economic unit.
Capitalism created patriarchy, which created the nuclear family acting as the reproduction mechanism of capitalist values in society. Can I get a round of Karlyn was right in the chat? Can I get a round of Karlyn was right? And if you guys want to throw on some channel memberships because I taught you something new and I basically predicted what this lecture was going to say, please feel free to throw in some channel memberships for my trouble if you appreciate learning new things on the internet that you're not going to learn anywhere else.
The purpose of which is to allow a progressively small...
No, it's not. I've actually explained it 3 fucking times, and you weren't listening because you were yapping in my chat about things that don't matter. So I'm going to explain it one more time to you, and then if you say one more retard thing in my chat, I'm going to ban you after that, okay? That's the deal. I'm going to take my time to explain this one more fucking time for the other times that you've been in the chat yapping with nonsense and not fucking listening. What the left believes is capitalism created the social constructs of men and women. They put men in the workplace where it had all the power and all the money, women in the home where they did the unpaid labor of reproducing the children that reproduce capitalist society. That creates a power hierarchy where men have more power than women based on these socially constructed categories that capitalism created. That hierarchy is known as the patriarchy. So that is at least time number 3. I've explained it. If you say any more retard shit, you're going to get banned.
Group of men to maintain that property and accumulate wealth. And this is why
Let's just relive that moment again.
Rights, right? You can accumulate a lot more wealth if you convince everyone around you that it is morally correct for you, the firstborn son in your family, to get to keep all of your dad's stuff when he died.
Rather than it going to the community.
For a privileged class to maintain its privilege, right, it needs to be able to pass that wealth on so that it can continue to accumulate. And this is where the idea of the male heir comes from. So what Feinberg ends up saying is that surplus from trade gets consolidated and becomes wealth. Wealth gets codified and becomes private property. Private property gets fenced off via inheritance rights. Inheritance rights then get codified via patriarchy, and via patriarchy, we finally land at the economic unit of what we would now call the nuclear family. That's not to say that families didn't exist before patriarchy. It's just to say that the nuclear family as it exists today was designed as an economic unit, the purpose of which is to allow a progressively smaller group of men to maintain that property and accumulate wealth. And this is why homosexuality and transness pose such a major threat to capitalism and fascism. Because same-sex couples and transgressive genders provide people with options outside of the patriarchal model. And that
so people who are transcending gender, fucking with the cultural norms that uphold the capitalist system, fucking with the gender binary, fucking with the nuclear family, they present a threat to capitalism. That is what this is all about. It's what it's always been about.
Inheritance rights. Inheritance rights then get codified via patriarchy.
Yo, Kristen! Kristen with 5 channel memberships. Thank you so much, my dear. Really appreciate it.
Patriarchy, we finally land at the economic unit of what we would now call the nuclear family. That's not to say that families didn't exist before patriarchy. It's just to say that the nuclear family as it exists today was designed as an economic unit, the purpose of which is to allow a progressively smaller group of men to maintain that property and accumulate wealth. And this is why homosexuality and transness pose such a major threat to capitalism and fascism. Because same-sex couples and transgressive genders provide people with options outside of the patriarchal model. And that challenges the legitimacy of the heterosexual family unit, which is a structure designed to maintain patriarchal domain over capital. Patriarchy is just like race in this way. It needs to be retroactively justified in order to perpetuate its own existence. So this is why we now end up with things like biological determinism, which is the idea of homosexuality being unnatural, despite the fact that you see it in basically every animal species on the planet. Then as we enter the age of colonialism, these ideas need to be spread in order to expand the economic structures that are being able to control the masses. And this is part of why we have religious evangelism, civilizing conquered people, right? That really means forcing them to get in line with the social norms that benefit the ruling classes. And it's why American colonists did whatever they could to stomp out gender nonconformity in Native Americans when they were taking over the continent. And it's also why Nazism and fascism are so preoccupied with gay and trans people. Our continued existence punches a hole in pseudoscience.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. Our retard who got something explained to him 3 times is now insulting me. So no, retard, I'm very sorry. You've just proven you're not smart enough to be here. Deported from the chat. I'm so sorry to the people that retard interrupted the stream for. He's gone now. He won't be coming back.
False history and in religious moralism that's used to justify the Nazi Party's ability to accumulate wealth, power, and control. We see this in basically every variation of right-wing ideology. It's all about convincing the masses that their current social conditions are natural. Because the minute people stop believing in that, they also start to realize that the economic system that they live under isn't natural either.
Capitalism
and if it's not
isn't natural,
that means that it's manufactured. And if it's manufactured, that means that it can be overthrown. As Ursula Le Guin points out, this is exactly what happened when people stopped believing in the divine right of kings. So that's sort of our broad overview of antiquity. Now let's get a little bit more specific. We've established that same-sex intimacy and gender variance have existed all throughout history, and we've established how and why the stigma against those concepts was manufactured. But to really understand the condition of modern queerness, we need to talk about where gay and trans identity comes from. So we're going to talk a little bit about ancient Greece for that. Greece usually gets talked about
white
as an
nationalists
early
are going to love that.
democracy. And I would say that there's a fair number of queer revisionist historians who really like to frame Greece as a place where homosexuality was sort of chill and normal and commonly accepted. This is sort of true and sort of not true. First of all, as Feinberg points out, ancient Greece was absolutely not a democracy. It wasn't a democracy because they owned slaves. So to understand the same-sex partnerships in ancient Greece, we need to let go of the sort of fantasy idea of ancient Greece as being progressive or utopian. The perceived lack of homophobia in ancient Greece is more than anything else, it's an expression of early patriarchy. So the way this kind of worked was, in ancient Greece, a gay male couple would be considered like the pinnacle of intimacy because it's the manliest, right? It's got 2 men in it, which means that's the best. And then a straight couple is necessary for making children, but it's sort of, it's boring by comparison. There's only 1 man in it. And then a lesbian couple is like the lowest of the low socially because there's no man involved. So this isn't queer utopia, right? This is just patriarchy. The reason why I bring this up is I think it's important to keep in mind that when we say trans people have always existed and the gay people have always existed, that doesn't mean that the solution to today's problems exists in the past somewhere, right? We still have to look to the future for solutions, but we do have to understand the past in order to get a long view of our future. Bearing this in mind, when we look at ancient Greece, we do also see a lot of gender fluidity. There's the myth of the prophet Tiresias, who turned from a man into a woman and then back again, but no one really cares. He's often just referred to as Tiresias, who lived for years as women. by other characters in the Greek canon. The fact that Tiresias was a man and a woman and a man and a woman is not considered nearly as interesting as the fact that he was a prophet, or that he was blind, for that matter. So we see these early versions of gender variance, but what we don't see is homosexuality and transness as fixed identities the way that we see them today. It's sort of weird to think about, but the idea of sodomy as an action has existed for a lot longer than the idea of the sodomite, as in someone who engages in sodomy. What I mean by that is basically that queer acts predate queer identities. Obviously, this is not necessarily the case today. There's a lot of debate now about whether someone...
For people who don't know, queer is not about being gay or trans. Queer is about a political identity. So two men can fuck. That doesn't mean they're queer. Just because two men are having sex with each other does not mean they're queer. Because they might not be left-wing. They might not be revolutionaries. They might not see themselves as outside of the gender binary. They might want to uphold the capitalist system that these people are trying to overthrow. Queer is a political identity. It is not about being gay. It is not about being trans. There are many gay and trans people that are not queer. There are straight white men that are queer because they want to exist outside of the gender binary system.
Counts as gay before they've had gay sex. Or if someone counts as bisexual if they're in a monogamous heterosexual relationship, or if someone counts as trans if they don't present a certain way or undergo certain medical processes. But the reason why we have these debates is because the idea of queerness has shifted over time into something that a person is rather than something that a person does. And I would say the scholar that can tell us the most about this is John D'Amelio, who we've got on the screen here. D'Amelio is a gay academic, theorist, and historian who writes famously about what he calls the myth of the eternal homosexual. Now, what D'Amelio is talking about is the modern idea that gay and trans people have always existed. D'Amelio...
When they say capitalism, they mean fascism. And when they say fascism, they mean capitalism. They mean anyone that wants to uphold private property ownership specifically. So if you want borders to the country, you are a fascist. If you want to be able to own a home, then you are a fascist. If you want to give your property to your kids, then you are a fascist. If you believe that men and women are a real thing, then you are a fascist. It is an explicit reference to people who want to uphold the capitalist system. Good question. Yo, old sub, W's to you, getting us up to our halfway point. I so appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much, guys. If you appreciate the stream today, please feel free to donate some gifted channel memberships. Get more people in for Spy Stream. Really does help out the channel.
Is saying no. Same-sex relationships have always existed. Gender variance has always existed. But gay and trans as identities are relatively new from a broad historical view. This might sound regressive, but it's actually not, because the flip side of it is that straight and man/woman as identities are also relatively new. The source of all of this rigidity in the modern era, of course, is, big surprise for those following Feinberg's line of reasoning, capitalism. So the reason why I say that is because one of the functions...
You don't say, sir, ma'am. I don't even know.
Are relatively new from a broad historical view. This might sound regressive, but it's actually not, because the flip side of it is that straight and man/woman as identities are also relatively new. The source of all of this rigidity in the modern era, of course, is, big surprise for those following Feinberg's line of reasoning, capitalism. So the reason why I say that is because one of the functions of capitalism, along with industrializing, is that it moves economic production from the household and into the workplace. When that happens, it changes the nature of marriage and how families function. So rather than being thought of as a practical thing you do to make kids, marriage starts to take on a more ideological quality, and people start thinking about things like love and intimacy in the way that they choose their spouse. This works really well for capitalism because part of how capitalism sustains itself is by providing people with a lot of individual personal choices in life when they don't really have any choices on a systemic level. So marriage as an institution starts to reshape itself around ideas like desire and compatibility. And at the same time, it remains invested in these allegedly traditional gender roles and in biological determinism because that provides the ideological basis for women's unpaid domestic labor.
What did I say?
The result, then, is
capitalism created the socially constructed categories of men where they put men in the workplace where they had all the power and all the money, and put women in the home where they did the unpaid reproductive labor of having and raising the children. That they them used almost my exact wording. It was almost exactly what I said earlier. That's crazy.
Desire and compatibility. And at the same time, it remains invested in these allegedly traditional gender roles and in biological determinism because that provides the ideological basis for women's unpaid domestic labor. The result, then, is that who you choose to be intimate with starts to become a much bigger part of your identity than it used to be. A man's masculinity gets defined by the kind of woman that he marries and vice versa. And with that choice-based formation of identity, a man who prefers to be with men or a woman who prefers to be with women takes on a particular...
Well, they don't care for gay marriage because they think that gay marriage is a form of property relations that's sanctioned by a capitalist state that reproduces capitalism. So the only reason someone would want to be gay married is to assimilate to capitalist society. They never wanted gay marriage to be legalized for that reason. They thought it was stupid to even fight for it because they don't want to exist within the capitalist system. They want to exist outside of it. Good question.
social character, which is then given a label. And this is kind of what sits under the idea in queer theory that gender is a construct. That idea gets thrown around a lot, but it's actually much more accurate to say that gender is an economic construct.
Created by capitalism.
And again, this is how transness appears as a threat, not just to patriarchy, but to capitalism. If a man can choose to be a woman, or if a woman can choose to be a man, then that means biological determinism is fake, which means that there's no scientific basis for women's unpaid domestic labor, and then the whole thing starts to fall apart.
You guys understand how I've been trying to explain this literally the entire presentation? He's saying them is saying all of the things. These are social constructs, that gender is not biological determinism. These are socially constructed categories designed to uphold the economic system of capitalism.
Or a woman who prefers to be with women takes on a particular social character, which is then given a label. And this is kind of what sits under the idea in queer theory that gender is a...
Hey, well, you know what? You know what I think is crazy? I think it's crazy how much primary source evidence conservative retards ignore every single day when it doesn't hold up their retard narrative about the left. I think it's crazy how much information conservative retards won't share and won't take action on and will dismiss and will deflect and will come into my chat and debunk. I think it's fucking crazy what people on the right do. These people know their history better than you retards know your history, I promise you. And you retards ignore shit all the time that doesn't support your narrative. So, perhaps keep the shitposting to a minimum when we are doing serious research, because if your only argument is, they don't understand history, you look pretty fucking stupid, actually, honestly.
Part of
rewinding so you can listen again.
A man's masculinity gets defined by the kind of woman that he marries and vice versa. And with that choice-based formation of identity, a man who prefers to be with men or a woman who prefers to be with women takes on a particular social character, which is then given a label. And this is kind of what sits under the idea in queer theory that gender is a construct. That idea gets thrown around a lot, but it's actually much more accurate to say that gender is an economic construct. And again, this is how transness appears as a threat, not just to patriarchy, but to capitalism. If a man can choose to be a woman, or if a woman can choose to be a man, then that means biological determinism is fake, which means that there's no scientific basis for women's unpaid domestic labor, and then the whole thing starts to fall apart. Now, another part of the reason why all of this nuance is so important is because it clears up a lot of the debate around the whole gayness or transness is/isn't a choice debate. The reality is that this may be a want for some people, and it may be a need for other people, but it doesn't really matter. The point is that it's an act, and the possibility of the act breaks down the logic behind both patriarchy and capital. And it also brings us back to Feinberg's definition of trans as transgressively gendered. Transgressively gendered refers to a transgressive gender expression. So note that expression is an action rather than a state of being. That's why Feinberg's definition of transness allows for meaningful historical analysis in a way that the popular modern definition doesn't. So the reason I have Joan of Arc on the screen right now is a lot of people like to argue about whether or not Joan of Arc was trans. And I would say, was Joan of Arc trans in the way that we define transness today? No, because that kind of thinking didn't exist yet. But was Joan of Arc trans in the sense that she was transgressively gendered due to her presentation and subversion of norms at the time? Yes. So, while it can feel scary to acknowledge that no one is necessarily born trans, the flip side is that no one is necessarily born cis either. These aren't things that we are, they're things that we do. So where oppression comes into play is that it restricts what we do, and then it tries to justify itself by making up stories about what we allegedly are. This is also emblematic of why transness is not a threat to feminism and why the modern TERF position is ultimately an anti-feminist right-wing position. The common thread between misogyny and TERF—
in order to be a real feminist, you have to be an anti-capitalist feminist, and that means wanting to abolish gender entirely.
TERFism is biological determinism. So you need to break that justification down in order to meaningfully achieve women's liberation, meaning that women's liberation is not actually possible without trans liberation. So this idea that you hear sometimes of like, women's liberation first, and then we can figure out what to do about trans people, it's not going to work. But beyond all of that, what we've established here is that the mechanisms that drive homophobia, transphobia, racism, misogyny, it all comes back to private property. And by extension, it all comes back to capitalism.
Oh, you don't say! Holy shit! All of these things just come back to private property ownership, guys. And because it comes back to private property ownership, it comes back to capitalism. Because the definition of capitalism, the only definition of capitalism, there is no other definition of capitalism, is private property ownership. That is it. Everything else the left believes stems from their belief that capitalism is both an economic and a cultural model that upholds private property ownership. Again, they, them.
Logical determinism. So you need to break that justification down in order to meaningfully achieve women's liberation, meaning that women's liberation is not actually possible without trans liberation. So this idea that you hear sometimes of like, women's liberation first, and then we can figure out what to do about trans people, it's not going to work. But beyond all of that, what we've established here is that the mechanisms that drive homophobia, transphobia, racism, misogyny, it all comes back to private property. And by extension, it all comes back to capitalism. Bearing that in mind, capitalism is willing to make minor concessions. The thing is, though, capitalism makes concessions for individuals. It doesn't make concessions on power. So we've had a black president in America. That did not end racism. For marginalized people to be
They believe you cannot overthrow racism without overthrowing capitalism.
Freed not just from hatred and bigotry, but from the systems, from the material conditions that oppress us.
The system.
Functionally, there needs to be a large-scale overhaul of the way that the world economy works.
Capitalism.
And with that, we're now going to move back into modern times. We're going to take a break from talking about the roots of oppression, and we are now finally going to start talking about pathways to liberation.
All right. Well, guys, we're about to enter the back half of the presentation. We've made it a long way so far. If you guys appreciate that I'm showing you this content that literally, by the way, no one else on the internet is going to have this content. This is literally the only place you're going to see this content. This was a meeting, that this is a recording from yesterday, that I did not receive the recording until it was way too late to play it on the stream yesterday. And so the only reason you're seeing this is my community found this meeting and we got a recording of it. And now we're showing it to you, breaking it down, teaching the language, making sure you understand all the concepts. It's deeply important that people listen to the left say this themselves, because I can repeat the same thing over and over and over and over again for years on end. But when you hear the left say it, that's a completely different thing. And now you know that I'm not just making this stuff up. This person is word for word repeating almost exactly the same things I've already taught you. Because when I tell you this is what the left believes, what I mean is I have heard them say it on video. So if you appreciate this, please donate some channel memberships out to the stream. We got another 50 channel memberships to go to meet our goal. One channel membership is $5. If we got 50 people in the chat right now to donate one channel membership, we would already be at our goal. I cannot do this stuff if you guys do not want to fund it. So let me know if you want the stream to continue. I'll play it for a little bit and hopefully we get some more channel memberships.
So we're now back at the Stonewall movement, which is sort of where we see this crystallization of a trans community in the modern era. Up until the Stonewall uprising, the push for gay liberation was largely coming from what was called the homophile movement, which was all about sort of a...
We got Red Menace Guru in there with a channel membership. W's, good sir. We got Dietzen with 5 channel memberships. W's to you, my friend. Thank you so much.
Assimilating gay people into polite hetero society. Stonewall changed that. The main revolutionaries that we associate with the Stonewall movement, of course, are Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera, as well as Stormy DeLavery. It is worth noting, Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera were not actually at the Stonewall Inn when the riots started. But I will say, we don't have time to talk about it today, but I highly recommend looking up the account of what Stormy DeLavery was doing during the Stonewall riot. It's a great story. The point is, we'll probably never know who threw the first brick at Stonewall.
Yo, CB,
but it also doesn't matter.
W's, bro, thank you.
The result is that we now have a new, more militant gay liberation movement, which was specifically led by Black and brown trans people, rather than being about sort of respectability, politics, and quiet assimilation. It's about material rights and the abolition of gendered systems of control. This is characterized by anti-imperialism, anti-capitalism, and in-your-face sexuality, which is very, very different from the homophile movement. And it's also how...
Deet, you're right about that. YouTube did make a change where, like, you're not paying $5 Canadian, you're paying $5 American. So they did that with everyone all over the world. So Canada's not the only one being oppressed here. I mean, really, Deets, you were paying less money than Americans for a channel membership, and like, cool for you, bro. But like, the system has been corrected. Now everyone's paying the same. Now everyone is paying the same, regardless of country.
We eventually got gay marriage, legal cross-dressing,
so you got away with it for a while,
HRT and SRS, Pride, etc. So how did we get from there to corporate-sponsored pride parades, rampant transphobia in the gay community, turfism in the feminist movement, and the global rollback of trans rights. You remember how we talked about patriarchy forming because a small group of powerful men wanted to consolidate power for themselves? Basically, the same thing happens within the gay liberation movement. As it starts winning concessions, the white cis gay men within the movement realized that they could assimilate into polite society more easily than other groups.
See, this is what I talk about when I say the schism between the assimilationist, normie gay rights activists and the queer liberationists who were anti-assimilationists. This is the schism that happened, guys, where people think that gay means queer and trans means queer. It doesn't. You really have two groups of people. You have normie gay and trans rights activists, normie people who literally just want to exist in society. They want to be able to have a job. They want to be able to get married. They want to be able to, you know, have a house and a white picket fence and all that stuff. They want to assimilate to capitalist values. That's the normie gay rights activists. On the other side, you have the queer liberationists who never wanted to assimilate. They never wanted to get married. They never wanted to get a job. They in the capitalist society, they'll engage in sex work and stuff like that. They never wanted to assimilate to capitalist normative values. Those are the two groups: the assimilationist normie gays and the anti-assimilationist queers. Queer is a political identity that does not want to assimilate to capitalist norms. W's in the chat to you. I think that's John. Thank you, John, so much for the gifted channel membership. Really appreciate it.
Which is very, very different from the homophile movement. And it's also how we eventually got gay marriage, legal cross-dressing, accessible HRT and SRS, pride, etc. So how did we get from there to corporate-sponsored pride parades, rampant transphobia in the gay community, turfism in the feminist movement, and the global rollback of trans rights?
No. Don't make up your own words. Don't make up your own words. Please stop doing this shit. I am not saying be creative with how you explain this. I am not saying nonconformist. I am not saying anti-establishment. That is not a correct interpretation. I am saying assimilationist, normie gay rights activists, and anti-assimilationist, queer liberationists who wanted to overthrow capitalism. The language is extremely specific and extremely intentional. It is not about nonconformity. It is not about being anti-establishment. It is not about any of that. Are you assimilating to capitalist values or are you not assimilating to capitalist values? That's it. Thank you so much, Rotor. Really appreciate the gifted channel membership. W's to you, my friend.
You remember how we talked about patriarchy forming because a small group of powerful men wanted to consolidate power for themselves? Basically, the same thing happens within the gay liberation movement. As it starts winning concessions, the white cis gay men within the movement realized that they could assimilate into polite society more easily than other groups in the community. So they start trying to distance the movement from the trans people who start.
Oh, look, we got a retard in the chat. Do you think using words in a hyper-specific way and ignoring anything imprecise makes you smart? I think that intelligent people know that words have meaning. I think that intelligent people know that you have to use those words consistently in order to teach people. And most importantly, Duck Duck, I think you just proved to me emphatically, you're not smart enough to be here. So, deported from the channel, go away, goodbye, go back to Fox News.
And it worked. By 1973, Sylvia Rivera was booed off stage at Pride by white gay men, despite the fact that she was one of the people who spearheaded the movement that their rights came from. We also see the same thing happening today with the modern Drop the T campaign, which is, spearheaded by Milo Yiannopoulos, who is a gay Nazi.
Yeah, Milo's a Nazi, yeah.
And then, of course, there are also white cis
gay is true
lesbians
enough,
who take this approach, and that's where turfism comes from. These are ultimately right-wing patriarchal philosophies that rely on bioessentialism in order to function. And this is what I mean when I say that TERFs, you know, the idea of a TERF as a trans-exclusionary radical feminist is funny because TERFs are not really feminists. It's kind of a misnomer.
Hey, thanks so much, Mark.
If you want to
Appreciate
give the
it.
government permission to take rights away from trans women, they will eventually use that as a gateway to take rights away from cis women of color, and then eventually from white cis women. I would argue that trans women's right to their bodily autonomy is inherently connected to, for example, cis women's right to birth control. So I think it's important to just bear in mind that anytime an older gay person tells you that transness wasn't a thing when they were a kid, that person was either very out of the loop at the time, or they were one of the people booing Sylvia Rivera out of a movement that she started. So it's important to respect and connect with our queer elders, but we also don't want to reify them either. They also made mistakes. That's part of how we ended up where we are today. Point is, it's not...
Hey, thanks so much, Red Metascuru, for the super chat. I may only sprinkle, but I wouldn't gift or sub if I didn't believe in you and what you're doing 100%. My hope is that others hinge in and gift themselves, even if we're merely documenting it for the future. That's my hope too, bro. And I so appreciate it. I appreciate all your support, all your donations, all your shares on other social media. It really does help out. And I appreciate you being here and such a great member of the community. Thank you so much for the super chat.
Just right-wing governments that try to erase trans history. It's also opportunists within feminist and gay movements who think they can advance their personal position by throwing more vulnerable members of their community under the bus. But they are always sowing the seeds of their own oppression when they do that. For example, a capitalist government sees very, very, very little difference between a butch lesbian and a transgender man. So if a butch lesbian decides to disavow a trans man, the powers that be will eventually give her the same treatment. Large-scale economic structures like capitalism don't actually care about bioessentialism or any ideology. These are just tools that they use to make material gains. So government doesn't care why women or gay people won't stand up for trans people, but it will take advantage of that. So just, don't ever do capitalism's work for it. It's not your friend. Now, bearing this in mind, one of the main concessions that capital has made is this abstract idea that we have now of trans representation or visibility, right? We hear a lot of talk about how visibility is power. And we are more visible than we used to be, and this looks like a victory on paper. Except that visibility isn't power. Power is power, right? Power isn't a metaphor, it's material. So queer visibility as an organizing...
Longo coming in with another 5 gifted channel memberships. Big support, bro. Thank you so much. I know this isn't even your first gift today, so we really appreciate it. W's to you, my friend.
It's largely a neoliberal organizing goal as opposed to an anti-capitalist one like the ones that we're hearing from Sylvia Rivera.
Thank you, bro, for
Leslie
being a member of the
Feinberg.
channel.
Despite the fact that we have trans celebrities, trans TV shows, trans movies, the most recent studies indicate that despite trans people being more visible now than we ever were before, younger generations are not getting less transphobic. In fact, statistically, Gen Z folks are actually more transphobic than millennials are.
That is a shame.
And I would argue that a big part of this is because if you make people more visible, but you don't impose any measures to protect them and you don't improve the quality of their lives, all you've really done is put a big target on their heads. So trans celebrities, right, that improves the lives of a very, very small number of trans people. It doesn't really improve the conditions of working class trans people. If anything, it makes us easier targets for violence, discrimination, etc. When I talk about material power, it's very important to keep in mind that the most successful form of suicide prevention for transsexual people is not attention, it's access to medical transition. So from this, we can conclude that trans rights, when we talk about trans rights, these have to be quantifiable goals rather than sort of amorphous vibes like changing people's hearts and minds. So what kind of goals? What are we talking about? I think a good way to sort of explain this is via the International Bill of Gender Rights. This was written in 1955 at the International Conference on Transgender Law and Employment Policy, which was trying to codify specifically what we mean by trans rights. You can read this online. It's also printed in the appendix section of Feinberg's Transgender Warriors, but I'm basically going to give you the cliff notes. This is how they tried to define trans rights. 1, the right to define gender identity. 2, the right to free expression of gender identity. 3, the right to secure and retain employment and to receive just compensation. 4, the right to access gendered spaces and participate in gendered activity. 5, the right to control and change one's body. 6, the right to competent medical and professional care. 7, the right to freedom and from psychiatric diagnosis and treatment. 8, the right to sexual expression. 9, the right to form committed loving relationships and to enter into marriage contracts. And 10, the right to conceive, bear, or adopt children. So, and I want to draw attention to one particular quote from this document in the introduction, which is, the 10 rights enunciated below are not viewed as special rights applicable to a particular interest group, nor are any of these rights limited in application to persons for whom gender identity and role issues are of paramount concern. All 10 of the IBGR are universal rights which can be claimed and exercised by every human being. I'm drawing your attention here because this is what we mean when we say that trans rights are human rights. Every right that we fight for, we want for cis people too. So when we say that we want all people to have these rights, I also want to add that we don't mean we want the same rights that everybody else has right now, because frankly, everyone needs more gender sexual rights than they have at the moment. And this is also why we often say gender liberation or sexual liberation rather than transgender liberation, because everyone's ability to express their gender and sexuality freely is connected. Lest we forget, even straight cis men are being harmed by capitalism. They do have privileges, but having privileges is not the same thing as being free. The only people who are not oppressed under capitalism are capitalists. And that does not mean people who support capitalism. It means people who control enough capital to influence policy, which is to say the super wealthy.
The bourgeois. The
So,
oligarch.
to come back to Feinberg as we start to wrap up here, there are ways in which the Bill of Gender Rights is limited, insofar as it's designed to function under capitalist societies, which, because they are capitalist societies, are never actually going to implement a lot of these policies. So, for example, all the stuff about family rights is complicated once you understand that family rights come from inheritance rights and not vice versa. So now we sort of start to get into what people are talking about when they say abolish the nuclear family.
Oh!
Marxist transgender theory, a la Feinberg, clarifies that essentially our long-term goal is the formation of a society in which no one needs the specific benefits of being in a romantic relationship in order to survive. And that doesn't just benefit trans people. We know that one of the main things that keeps women in abusive heterosexual relationships is economic pressure. So rather than forcing every woman to be a girl boss to get out of that situation, or as that is the solution to all of women's problems, we want to remove all of these economic pressures altogether. Or for trans people, we could say, it's nice to be able to choose your legal sex, but really, we need to deconstruct the idea that anyone needs to have a legal sex in the first place. And so, in terms of strategies for trans liberation, this sort of brings us to a crossroads.
Hey, we got another super chat from Dietz. Thank you so much, Dietz. Enjoying delicious dinosaur sour beers from Phillips Brewing. That sounds great, bro. And thinking of you, Professor Borysenko. This one is a dragon fruit and lychee. That sounds so good. I miss beer so much. I miss beer. Thank you, Dietz. I appreciate it.
On the one hand, to achieve meaningful gender liberation, not just for trans people, but for everyone, we obviously need somehow to abolish capitalism. On the other hand, we know that trans people's baseline needs for survival
I didn't need to make myself big there. I accidentally did that, but in order to achieve transgender liberation, we have to abolish capitalism. Who could have seen that coming, guys? Who could have seen that coming? What genius of the internet could have seen that coming?
Altogether. Or for trans people, we could say, it's nice to be able to choose your legal sex, but really, we need to deconstruct the idea that anyone needs to have a legal sex in the first place.
You don't say.
And so, in terms of strategies for trans liberation, this sort of brings us to a crossroads. On the one hand, to achieve meaningful gender liberation, not just for trans people, but for everyone, we obviously need somehow to abolish capitalism. On the other hand, we know that trans people's baseline needs for survival are not being met right now, as in today and tomorrow. So long-term anti-capitalist strategy is the way that we're going to address root causes. But we also need to address short-term issues, and we need short-term strategies as well. So for the short term, it's important to think about harm reduction and mutual aid, right? We need legal workers lobbying for the kind of trans rights we saw in the bill. We need medical workers refusing to comply when far-right administrations tell them to stop treating trans people or hand over our medical records.
Yo, Malcolm! Malcolm! Big support, bro! 10 gifted channel memberships. You gave so much support yesterday, too. W's to you, my friend. Thank you so much for being such an amazing supporter on the channel. Really appreciate it. Guys, we are within 25 channel memberships of hitting our goal today. Who's going to get us over the top? Who's going to get... I know someone's going to do 25. If we get 5 people to give 5 channel memberships, we're at the goal. And that would be awesome.
We need teachers to make their classrooms safer places for trans students. We need coaches to stand up for trans athletes. We need cis people to stand up to their peers who make transphobic jokes, because we know that that is a gateway to trans violence. And we also need, as an electorate, to make it clear to liberal politicians that they will not get our support if they do not prioritize trans safety. The important thing with short-term strategies is you've got to organize where you are right now. Don't go looking for some magical other place where you do your organizing. Start with where you are. Start with who's around you. Start talking to your neighbors. And, you know, when you're doing all of this, just keep in mind that, like, protect the dolls and protect trans kids, these are not just slogans. They actually mean something. So if you're an ally, posting about validity on social media is neat, but giving trans people money is better. We can't do liberation work if we can't afford bus fare. Then in the long term, for anti-capitalist strategies, if we want to establish meaningful leverage against capital, the only way to do that effectively, we've seen throughout history, is via labor strikes, especially general strikes.
Oh, like the mass general strike that they're planning in May 2028 when Alex Jones doesn't think these people have jobs, but they know the only way they can take power back is through mass general strikes, just like they are planning to do on May 1st, 2028. Protect the dolls means protect trans women. When they say protect the action figures, that means protect trans men.
And I don't mean one-day social media coordinated walkouts. I mean organized, prolonged strikes that can actually shut down industries. The most effective place where you can hit a capitalist is in his wallet.
You don't say. You don't say. A prolonged mass general strike that it can shut down industries, exactly what they're planning on doing in May of 2028.
Liberation work if we can't afford bus fare. Then in the long term, for anti-capitalist strategies. If we want to establish meaningful leverage against capital, the only way to do that effectively, we've seen throughout history, is via labor strikes, especially general strikes. And I don't mean one-day social media coordinated walkouts. I mean organized, prolonged strikes that can actually shut down industries.
Yo, W's! Earl's daughter, thank you so much for the 5 gifted channel memberships, my friend. I appreciate you so much. W's in the chat to you.
The most effective place where you can hit a capitalist is in his wallet. We know this. If you look at the most effective actions that have been taken in solidarity with the people of Palestine over Europe across the last few years, it's been strikes in countries with powerful labor movements that have been able to shut down supply lines. This is worker power in action. It's also how—
Yo, Johnson! Johnson again with another gift. 5 more gifted channel memberships. Thank you so much, John. W's to you, good sir. Appreciate your support so much.
Constitutions get rewritten. So in the US and in the UK, we suffer from depoliticized labor movements. So if you're in a labor union, start going to meetings and bringing up these concerns. Become committed, push on your leadership. If you are not in a union, organize your workplace. If you're in a workplace where you can't create a union, form a tenants union. This is the kind of organizing
Holy shit. If you can't form a union in your workplace, form a tenants union. It's like, if at first you don't succeed, try again. Wow.
Some magical other place where you do your organizing. Start with where you are. Start with who's around you. Start talking to your neighbors. And, you know, when you're doing all of this, just keep in mind that, like, protect the dolls and protect trans kids, these are not just slogans. They actually mean something. So if you're an ally, posting about validity on social media is neat, but giving trans people money is better. We can't do liberation work if we can't afford bus fare. Then in the long term, for anti-capitalist strategies, if we want to establish meaningful leverage against capital, the only way to do that effectively, we've seen throughout history, is via labor strikes, especially general strikes. And I don't mean one-day social media coordinated walkouts. I mean organized, prolonged strikes that can actually shut down industries. The most effective place where you can hit a capitalist is in his wallet. We know this. If you look at the most effective actions that have been taken in solidarity with the people of Palestine over Europe across the last few years, it's been strikes in countries with powerful labor movements that have been able to shut down supply lines. This is worker power in action. It's also how constitutions get rewritten. So in the US and in the UK, we suffer from depoliticized labor movements. So if you're in a labor union, start going to meetings and bringing up these concerns. Become committed, push on your leadership. If you are not in a union, organize your workplace. If you're in a workplace where you can't create a union, form a tenants union. This is the kind of organizing that was used to push ICE out of Minneapolis. It's not all just about flooding the streets. It's also about shutting down the economy. Capital wants you to think that you're powerless.
Hang on. Earl's daughter says, okay, I'm trying to learn. I'm writing this stuff down. I can't believe how this stuff is a real thing. It's so much deeper than I imagined. Earl's daughter, what I want you to do when you have some free time, head over to my Substack. This is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. And I want you to click on the new to my work start here section. It's right up at the top. It might even be in the center of the page. Scroll down. And then when you have a free 90 minutes, I want you to watch Re-Education, an anti-communist introduction to the far left. All of this is totally free. And this is where I walk you through like a dozen clips from real far left trainings to really do a deep dive crash course on the language to make all of this a little bit easier to understand. Because like if this is the first thing you've watched, it's likely you're a little confused, and that's normal and you shouldn't feel bad about that. writing stuff down is a great thing to do. A lot of people in my community have notebooks specifically for my streams where they write down all the stuff, but this is your deep dive crash course. You can also watch the 4-hour masterclass. It's a much more expanded version of the re-education class. And if you really want to get into queer Marxism, which is what we're watching right now, I have an hour-long lecture that basically talks about the development and evolution of queer Marxism. So all that stuff is totally free. It's all available on my Substack, and it's a great way for people to become familiar with it. And yeah, it's a lot. It is a lot, and it takes time to learn. And just know that for anyone that's new here, sometimes you might think I'm scary because I yell and I deport retards from the stream, but I do want people to learn, and I want people who want to learn to be here, and I want you to ask questions, and I will answer all the questions you have, and I will provide you with all the information I can. We also have many people in the chat that have been learning this stuff for years, so many of them can answer questions as well. So welcome. We're so glad you're here. And I'm glad you got a notebook. I'm glad you're writing stuff down. That's awesome. We also got Little Missin with a gifted channel membership. Thank you so much, my friend. Appreciate it so, so much. Back to our stream.
You're not. But you have to get off your phone and start talking to your neighbors and coworkers. It can be scary, but you got to do it. And then I would say the last really
hang on, we got a super chat from Little Miss. Much love, family, to anyone new. Please stick around and please listen and stick around. Hang on, let me read that again. Much love, family, to anyone new. Please listen and stick around for at least 6 months if you really want to wake up to how bad things are. Yeah, you'll learn a lot of stuff here you're not going to learn anywhere else. Thank you so much, Little Miss. I appreciate you.
Important thing to keep in mind here is internationalism. Capitalism is inherently
Yo, we got 7 lilies in! 7 lilies with 5 gifted channel memberships. Thank you so much, my friend. Appreciate that. Appreciate that very, very much. That brings us up to 91. And I think Dan just did it. I think Dan came in. Dan, the hero we needed today. Dan getting us across the 100 channel membership goal, coming in at exactly the right moment with 10 gifted channel memberships. Massive WCU, my friend. Thank you so much for supporting the stream.
Tied to colonialism and imperialism, like we discussed. So in the age of globalization, everything in the world is connected. And the most powerful countries maintain their economic privileges via extractive relationships with weaker countries. So capital's a global system. To defeat it, you have to defeat it everywhere. And this is why it's crucial to resist any imperialist war that your country engages in, supports, or funds. So I would argue you can't be a feminist or a trans revolutionary of any kind if you are not in solidarity with the people of Palestine. Liberal Zionists.
You cannot be a trans revolutionary without being in solidarity with Palestine, because the Palestinian struggle is against the capitalist Israel settler colonists who stole their land, and the struggle for queer activists, or they're calling them trans in this case, but they really mean queer, is against the evil capitalist system. That is what Queers for Palestine means. Queer is about an anti-capitalist, anti-assimilationist ideology. They believe Palestinians are in a struggle against their capitalist oppressors, the settler colonists of Israel. They hate Israel for exactly the same reason as they hate the United States. It also always has to do with the theft of land. It's not because the Palestinians are Muslim. It's not because the Israelis are Jewish. It only has to do with the theft of the land, private property. That is what this is all about.
Connected. And the most powerful countries maintain their economic privileges via extractive relationships with weaker countries. So capital's a global system. To defeat it, you have to defeat it everywhere. And this is why it's crucial to resist any imperialist war that your country engages in, supports, or funds. So I would argue you can't be a feminist or a trans revolutionary of any kind if you are not in solidarity with the people of Palestine. Liberal Zionists really like to make the argument that, you know,
Intifada means worldwide communist revolution. It means worldwide. Intifada means worldwide socialist revolution. We have them on video saying this.
Hamas is homophobic, and I'm sure they are. But if you're queer in Palestine, you are much more likely to be killed by an Israeli bomb. then
like we don't really care if Hamas is homophobic. If you're queer in Palestine, you have a much bigger chance of being killed by Israel than you do by Hamas.
To defeat it, you have to defeat it everywhere. And this is why it's crucial to resist any imperialist war that your country engages in, supports, or funds. So I would
imperialism
argue
is the highest form of
you can't be
capitalism.
a feminist or a trans revolutionary of any kind if you are not in solidarity with the people of Palestine. Liberal Zionists really like to make the argument that, you know, Hamas is homophobic, and I'm sure they are. But if you're queer in Palestine, you are much more likely to be killed by an Israeli bomb than by Hamas. It doesn't matter how pro-LGBT the Israeli government claims to be. They're a colonialist, capitalist country engaging in imperialism.
Oh!
There's nothing pro-LGBT about that.
Oh, Israel is the evil capitalist country that stole the land from the Palestinians and privatized it under capitalism? You don't say. You don't say, they, them. You don't say, sir.
Or a trans revolutionary of any kind if you are not in solidarity with the people of Palestine. Liberal Zionists really like to make the argument that, you know, Hamas is homophobic, and I'm sure they are. But if you're queer in Palestine, you are much more likely to be killed by an Israeli bomb than by Hamas. It doesn't matter how pro-LGBT the Israeli government claims to be. They're a colonialist, capitalist country engaging in imperialism. There's nothing pro-LGBT about that. So remember, short-term strategies like harm reduction and mutual aid, long-term strategies like labor organizing toward general strikes, and international solidarity against imperialism.
There it is.
There's no transgender liberation without global economic and political liberation for everyone.
From capitalism.
And then if I can just tack one more thing onto it, it would be read books. Read books about transness, books by trans people, books about history. Do not get all of your history and theory from Instagram or TikTok or Tumblr.
So real.
I have a friend of mine who knows about the kind of scholarship that I do, and they came up to me once super, super excited to tell me about all of this trans history that they were learning from these cool, hot people on TikTok. And they showed me a couple of the videos, and then I had to break it to them that this was all just like straight up false, just like made up information. Good history and meaningful history
yes, Susan
are
Stryker's on there.
nuanced, they're layered, and they're complicated. That doesn't mean that they're inaccessible. It just means that you have to get outside and do your own research, and you get out of that research what you put into it. Systems of oppression are full of internal contradictions. That's how they work. We can resolve these contradictions when we look at them dialectically, but this requires that we make an effort and commit to our studies. I also cannot stress enough that the trans culture you see on social media is not reflective of what being trans is like in real life. And trans Twitter is not reflective of what it's like to go outside and exist in trans spaces. If you want to do meaningful liberation work, you got to log off and talk to your neighbors.
There it is.
You've got to build meaningful relationships with other trans people.
Do stuff
and you got to
in the
make sure
real
you don't
world.
live in a bubble. So the last thing that I want to say about this is to wrap up. Gender as it currently exists is a cool tool of class-based oppression. And everyone who exists under that system is being put in a box. Cis straight men's obsession with hair loss treatments and gym culture and steroids, and cis straight women's obsession with plastic surgery and diet culture and Ozempic. These are all expressions of gender dysphoria. These are attempts to achieve unattainable ideals that were constructed to make us good worker bees rather than complete humans. So despite the importance of trans community, we can't lose sight of intersectional solidarity and class struggle as our primary goals as trans revolutionaries, as feminists, and as anti-racists, anti-fascists, anti-capitalists, and simply as caring, complete people in touch with our humanity. As Feinberg says, my right to be me is tied by 1,000 threads to your right to be you. That right there, that's the guiding principle behind trans liberation, and in fact, all liberation. And it's also exactly what I'm talking about when I say that when you get right down to it,
your average person,
everyone is trans. Thank you all so much for having me.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for this. What an amazing lecture. I'm going to struggle to gather my thoughts here because I've just been on tenterhooks the entire time. This has been amazing. Thank you so
that was
much,
amazing.
Ripley.
There's going to be a Q&A now,
Everybody
though.
in the chat, Liz Aro, who was one of our lecturers from a few months ago, just said you ate that, which I 100% agree with. So everybody in the chat, Catherine just said, my brain is going to be days catching up with this all. If you can gather your thoughts enough to ask any questions, or even if you have any questions, because I feel like Ripley has just ate and left no crumbs. If you have any questions, pop them in the chat now. And I will kick us off. I've been writing so many notes in the background here, but I mean, there's so many things that have come to mind. Perhaps most scarily, I think the thing that, I mean, loads of things shocked me, but one of the things that really shocked me, and somebody else in the chat mentioned this as well, Gen Z being more transphobic than millennials.
So based.
What? Like, was that from a big study, or like, where did that come from? What's the situation with that?
Yeah, big study, very, very big study. And kind of a decisive blow in the sort of like ideological battle that we're trying to fight here.
Yeah.
I think this is an important thing to take into account because there's a lot of talk about culture war, right? And I think, you know, when we talk about turfism, if we talk about, you know, J.K. Rowling and all of that, so much of that is culture war. And the thing to keep in mind, I think, is that culture war is ultimately a tool of class war, right? So when we look at people becoming more transphobic over time, one of the big things that's changed for Gen Z versus millennials is the internet, right? And we know that the internet as it exists today, for example, my little brother is Gen Z, I'm a millennial. The internet that he grew up with is not the internet that I grew up with, right? Because net neutrality fell apart in the early 2000s. Net
neutrality, that's a new phrase for me. What does that mean?
Basically, we could do a whole other lecture on that. But
you are welcome back literally anytime. Anytime you want to come back, the door is open, okay?
Thank you. I would say that the basic gist of it is that the internet as it exists today, there's no part of the internet that you surf on that isn't owned by someone.
Right, I see.
We also, so remember, like, you know, in the early 2000s, if you Googled something, everybody would see the same thing when they typed that search in on Google. Yeah. That's not true anymore, right? Everybody has their own algorithm now. And something that we've learned over the past 5 years or so is that as soon as a young man, and this could even be like, you know, a little boy, right? As soon as a boy starts using the internet, right-wing manosphere propaganda starts getting like mainlined into his feed immediately.
Manosphere?
Within 20 minutes on Instagram, if they did that big study, it's like within 20 minutes. If
Rare Manosphere W?
If it's gendered male, it's 20 minutes before, less than, it's all that algorithm of like the red pill pipeline is pushed straight into that feed, which is terrifying.
Exactly. And, you know, with the red pill stuff, I mean, like, you know, that is something that like appears to be a cultural movement, but is also an economic movement, right? So, for example, like we could talk about all of the, you know, horror and depravity of Jeffrey Epstein, for example. But to understand Epstein, we have to understand that Epstein was a power broker, right? That Epstein was connected to Mossad in the IDF, that Epstein was involved in the wars that were fought over the, you know, past several decades and whatnot. So I would say it's a combination of the fact that we have these targeted algorithms because the internet is always trying to sell you something. You combine that with the surge of trans visibility, right? Like the fact that there's tons of trans people on TV. There's not necessarily any more protections, you know, like being given for trans people proportionately to that visibility. So if you're a young man, You're getting fed Nazi propaganda on the internet. You're suddenly seeing more trans people than you've ever seen on TV before. And, you know, Joe Rogan or whoever is telling you how to feel about that. And there's no new government policies coming into account to protect these trans people who now suddenly all have glowing targets on their heads.
Oh no!
I mean, I was also, apologies for getting this, another tidbit from the internet here, from social media, but I saw something the other day that was, you know, it was talking about so many of the, like, the things in the media that you see, where you see the sort of big headline that's like trans person this, it's like, oh, trans person steals something, steals a scholarship, does this, does that, or is in a sports team or whatever, you know, scapegoating du jour. But there was a statistic that went along with it, was like, these are the headlines you see, but 70% of people in the US have never met a trans person. And do you know how many scholarships were given out to trans people for sports ever? One. And it's like, do you know how many people have competed in the Olympics as a trans person? One. Like, and just stuff like that, that was like the amount of, I don't know. I mean, part of me thinks that level of disinformation and kind of scaremongering should actually be illegal.
It should be illegal!
Because, as you say, it is putting targets on people's backs.
Hate speech laws.
Basically just, you know, especially looking at the kind of, I loved the...
You can't hate trans people, guys, or queer people, or they, thems, or zim, zairs, or fake bears.
Mind their own business and live their lives and not bother people. But I don't know, how do you think we combat the kind of rampant misinformation? Because they are campaigns of misinformation as well. They're deliberate. It's not just like, oh, this is happening. They are deliberate, as you've said, campaigns of misinformation that actively make trans people's lives more dangerous. So, like, what?
Yep, commie boot, imminent, like boot on the neck.
I would say independent media, right? Because we know that a lot of the skew that has happened on reporting around trans people, like the most obvious guilty party of this is the New York Times, right? And there was recently a study done that sort of marks the way in which the New York Times' coverage of trans people has skewed more right-wing over time. If you look back to Nazi Germany, you can also see a lot of New York Times articles about, oh, Hitler's not really an anti-Semite, you know, I mean, all that kind of stuff, right? But the major publications that we tend to think of as reputable, we think of them as reputable because they're very well funded, but they're very well funded because they're owned by billionaires, right? So the Washington Post is owned by Jeff Bezos. So I would say, you know, anytime you're thinking about reading something from The Atlantic, you know, read something from Equator instead. You know, anytime you want to read a you know, book about, you know, feminist history or something, I mean, look for something by Leslie Feinberg or Susan Stryker or Julia Serrano.
Susan Stryker!
You know, like, all of these books are out there. But I think that breaking out of the like news media cycle and moving into like independent journalism and independent publishing, these can be really, really rich resources. You have to arm yourself with information, you know?
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, there's so many questions coming through. I'm just going to remind everybody, because the chat was doing something weird when we first signed in, if you want everyone to see your question, just change the little blue button so it doesn't say host and panelist and it says everyone, and everyone will be able to see your question. I can see them all, but just if you want everyone to see your question.
Actually, would you excuse me for just 1 second? One of the cats is doing something and I need to just go grab it. I'll be back in 1 minute.
We love a feline intervention on the Feminist Lecture Program.
A feline intervention.
Okay, so there's some great questions coming through, everybody. And I'm going to try and
just so you guys know, we will be doing Disenraged tonight, but the stream is running a bit long. So we're going to finish this stream because this is a really good presentation, but we will be doing Disenraged afterwards. So if you're waiting around for that, then that will be coming.
To all of them. So many good ones. I feel like we all took a second to gather our thoughts and now they're all coming swift and fast. So there was a great one that was yeah, okay. I'm going to go with Paddy's question next, just so everybody is ready for that. And feel free to take this little moment of downtime to write some longer questions without having to listen to me and Ripley banging on, because I know sometimes it's hard to kind of gather your thoughts in time. And there's another one about successful labor strikes. That's a great one. Cool. I'm really curious what the cat's doing as well.
Yeah, what is the cat doing? What harm is befalling the cat right now? Cat's probably fine. Cat probably just being a cat. Let's fast forward.
Trick cats with us at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them decided to take this moment to go to war with the sofa. So thank you for your patience. I appreciate it.
I mean, it happens quite frequently, in fact, but we do love a cat drive-by on the Feminist Lecture Program. So, you know, cool. I'm going to come to Paddy's question next, which is so much to think about, Ripley. Do you believe that trans rights could truly be recognized in other economic models, such as one based on degrowth principles? Could an alternative economy happen? Could a single society possibly embrace an alternative economy, or would it need global integration? Is degrowth a pipe dream? Right.
That's a fantastic question. And I think that the key to answering that question sort of lies in the bit about like a society or one society, right? I think the global aspect here is really, really crucial. Capitalism, like we talked about, it is a global system. And something that we
Cynthia! Out of nowhere, the Emerald Goddess appears out of nowhere like a fucking ninja, just flying in there. W's to you, Cynthia. Everyone put green squares in the chat for the Emerald Queen. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted channel memberships, my dear.
Over time is that anytime there is an attempt made at, I think the phrase is socialism in one country, doesn't work. And the reason why it doesn't work is that is because of the relationship between capitalism and imperialism, right? So capitalism is not willing to coexist with socialism, and socialism can't coexist with capitalism, right?
True.
Because capitalism, world capital wants to extract, and it wants to extract from everywhere. So this is part of what I'm talking about when I talk about the importance of globalism or internationalism. I absolutely do think that it is possible for us to achieve a social model in which we no longer have transphobia as it currently exists. If you look at, again, like the kind of communalist societies that we were talking about previously, I don't think that we can revert to that model, right? I don't think that we can move from capitalism back to what we might call a gift economy from ancient times. But I do think that, and for this sort of thing, like this is sort of where we start to branch out of Marxist transgender theory and into just like socialism and Marxist theory in general. But I would say that history doesn't repeat itself. It can appear to repeat itself, but it doesn't. History goes through stages, and capitalism is a stage of history. If you look at it globally, that stage is starting to wrap up. Neoliberalism, right? We talk about neoliberalism all the time in feminist movements and in trans liberation movements.
Neoliberalism is a reference to the Democrats and the liberals and the progressives. As a reminder, guys, these people do not think that they are Democrats, liberals, and progressives. These people hate Democrats, liberals, and progressives. They call them neoliberals. It can be real exhausting when you first get into this stuff, Earl's daughter. It's just a learning curve. Hang in there.
Neoliberalism has not been around for very long,
Democrat.
And currently, I actually think that we are approaching the end of neoliberalism as a dominant ideology. When we talk about globalism, let's take, for example, the United States and Iran, right? The United States for years has relied on the assumption that it is bigger and stronger than every other country in the world and that it can overpower any other country in the world anytime it wants to. I don't care what Donald Trump has been saying on television. The United States lost in its invasion of Iran.
True,
right?
actually.
The United States did not get
Rare
anything that it
communist
wanted
W.
out of that conflict.
True.
It had to make huge concessions. It was defeated in a military conflict. And the way that the Strait of Hormuz functions, I mean, like, no country on earth didn't notice that happen.
Oh no, I can tell you, we definitely noticed from the UK. Ain't nobody listening to what Trump had to say. We were like, ooh, okay. You know,
it was a well-deserved loss.
So what we just saw is that the United States no longer can take military hegemony, excuse, blah, blah, you know what I mean, over the planet for granted. The United States has acted as the policeman of the planet, right? As the cop that defends world capital. And it's falling apart. And neoliberal ideology falls apart with that, I think. So I think it's not necessarily a question of, can we move into a new social model? We will move into a new social model. What our responsibility then, is to shape what social model that ends up being, right? So we can't just sort of like sit back and assume that because history moves in stages, that the next stage is going to be one that we like or one that we want. We have to take responsibility in deciding what that stage is going to be. And that's part of why I talk about the importance of labor organizing and whatnot, because that's how we create leverage. That's how we shape economic policy. And like we were talking about, economic policy is class war shapes culture war, etc. So I do think that global transgender liberation is entirely possible. I think it's just a matter of commitment and strategy.
Yeah, I mean, so many great layers to that answer. I feel like I'm going to have to rewatch this several times to get all of. I feel like I just did like an entire university module all in one go. It was amazing. But I'm going to come to a question from Liz Ara, who's another one of our amazing lecturers, who says, I'm Jamaican and some of my organizing work is transnational. So you mentioned the exploitation of the global majority as a key factor in maintaining imperialism and gender hierarchies was very apt. How do you/people in your communities practice solidarity with communities outside of the US?
We're talking about local solidarity for international conflicts?
I think so. Liz, do you want to just clarify that if you see this in time? But there's been a lot of, actually, I'll just let Amaryllis clarify that so we don't go off on a completely different thing, because I was going to bring in a few different questions. But Amaryllis, if you are still here, let me just, yes, if you could clarify just quickly. Yes, and also solidarity with movements in different countries. Thank you for that, Amaryllis.
Yeah. So again, for me, all of this stuff generally tends to come back to economics. I would say that, there are certain things, obviously, like, the scope of our influence as individuals on an economic level is, of course, limited, right? But I think that the most important thing that we have to keep in mind is, when we're talking about solidarity with international movements, is it can be very, very tempting when you live in America to get sucked into this idea that, well, I guess this sort of connects back to imperialism, right? If you look at another country, and it doesn't even really matter what country it is, but if you look at any other country in the world, let's say, a country that is facing some major form of inequality, and there is a social movement that is forming on the ground to deal with whatever form of inequality this is, right? We could talk about Iran, for example, right? So the Islamic Republic in Iran, the current government there, of course, is a conservative government. It has all kinds of incredibly regressive economic policies. There's a specific like morality police that basically exists for, policing women's gender expression and whatnot. And so how, as an American, to support a feminist or women's liberation movement in Iran, right? There is a neoliberal line of thinking which would say, well, we're doing exactly what we should be doing. We're attacking the Islamic Republic, and the Islamic Republic is bad because it does XYZ to women, right? But that is not how the United States government thinks, and it's not how the United States government acts, right? We know that when the United States government goes to war with another country, that it kills civilians. And we know that wars that the United States government goes to tend to be imperialist wars. So I would say that probably the most important thing that we have to do locally is to put as much pressure as we possibly can on our government not to police other countries. On top of that, we want to, as much as we can, establish international relationships with people who are doing the same movement work that we are doing in other countries, right? I am very, very grateful.
Yeah, I thought they were Islamists and loved Islam. I was told by conservatives that these people were Islamists and loved Islam. And apparently they don't at all. Apparently it's not about that at all.
To have comrades all over the world, right? Like, not just in different cities, but in different countries. And a lot of people who are doing, parallel work for parallel movements, I think a great thing that we can all be doing with one another internationally is, for example, let's say I have a friend in Minneapolis who did a lot of work with neighborhood associations when ICE was really, really cracking down on Minneapolis. And that person shared with me copies of all of the pamphlets that were being passed around on block to block in Minneapolis, so that if there was an ICE surge in New York, I would have those and I wouldn't have to reinvent the wheel, right? Like me and my local networks could learn from what was already being done and distribute that kind of stuff, right? So forming international relationships, sharing knowledge, sharing skills, frankly, sharing money, right? I think that independently of the economic strikes that have been done to try to put pressure on the IDF to stop bombing Gaza, I also think it's very, very important to pay attention to the flotillas, right? Like people who have actually gone to Gaza to try to provide mutual aid and to provide disaster relief. Whether those flotillas make it where they are trying to get or not, the act of going is a huge act of resistance that has all kinds of cultural ramifications all over the world. I mean, we're watching the American government scramble to catch up with the people on the Israel and Palestine conflict right now. And I think a lot of this has to do with that kind of organizing. Does that answer that question?
I think that answers that question beautifully. And yeah, I'm not going to respond to that because you guys aren't here to hear me. And there are so many great questions that I want to ask. So there's two questions that I kind of want to combine a little bit more. And both of them are about the kind of practical elements of this community organizing. So Sil says, I completely agree with needing to log off and be out there, but how do you reconcile the need to be visible to the fear of being attacked for our identities? A lot of my siblings are simply afraid. And I'm going to combine that with a question from Venus, which says, COVID has basically amplified a lot of problems that have been swept under the rug, I believe. Politics was the peak of destabilization due to the numerous deaths and fear about the global pandemic that's deadly. If we want to counterattack the problems surrounding lack of education and knowledge of politics, we would need to start creating more places and communities offline, or prioritize spaces offline, maybe marketing on social media first, or collaborating with other big speakers on the internet. What do you think about this? And how can we approach this so people, especially young people, can be made more aware of the work that absolutely needs to be done and the power behind community building and activism? So two questions sort of asking similar things.
These are great questions. I think,
Welcome,
concerning
Crystal.
social media and offline spaces, I think that social media can be very useful for finding offline spaces. You just don't want it to become a substitute for that. I came into contact with the feminist lecture program via Instagram, right? So I think that, like, yeah, I mean, advertising on social media, obviously, like, yeah, no reason not to do that. What you don't want is to, have social media be the slot machine that lives in your pocket that you become addicted to, et cetera, et cetera. In terms of visibility, the mere act of being outside, and fear. Man, I think that I would probably point to Audre Lorde here, who famously said, and I'm sure I'm not telling you all anything new, but your silence will not protect you. It is very, very tempting when times are scary, when there is a very, very real threat of violence, to curl up and hide under a rock. And I am sympathetic to that fear, and I experience it myself. Having said that, social death is a kind of death, right? So you can, like, yes, when you go outside, yeah, like, something bad might happen to you. Living your life as a hermit inside in front of your computer is also something bad happening to you. And so I think, like, bearing that balance in mind is very, very important. However, we can take this a step further. And I think that, we talked about the slogans, protect the dolls, protect trans kids. I like protect the dolls. I think it's fine. I also am a fan of the phrase arm the dolls.
Arm the dolls.
I think that
It's still safer with the dolls being armed than the military being armed.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think
You
that,
don't say.
there are people do a wonderful job, at least in New York, of putting together self-defense workshops for marginalized people, where you can learn about ways that you can defend yourself. A lot of that stuff is situational awareness. It's a lot of physical conflicts that you may be afraid of getting into. A lot of times people are very, very hung up on, like, I need to learn how to fight. I need to learn how to fight. And, like, sure, I mean, learn how to box or something. I have been a martial artist for most of my life. I love martial arts. But also, I think good self-defense trainings can teach you a huge amount about situational awareness. Situational awareness can keep you out of a lot of trouble. There are other ways to approach this too, though. So, for example, in the United States, the NRA, has this monopoly, or this perceived monopoly, we might say, on who has guns in the United States. Having said that, there is also the SRA, which is the Socialist Rifle Association, which has a very, very, very different set of politics. I think that these two things kind of go hand in hand, right? Like, looking for spaces in the real world, as well as, like, looking for ways not to be afraid of going out into the real world. It can be, how do you say this? I think, the more you give, the more you have to give, right? So if you are afraid of, being outside and being visible as a trans person, maybe the first, like, loud and proud event that you want to go to is a trans community self-defense workshop. And maybe after you've gone to a couple of those and you've made some friends with some other dolls there, so you have people to walk home with and whatnot, then maybe all of you want to go to a bar together afterwards, right? Like, it's, I don't know. I think a group of situationally aware trans people is something really to be reckoned with. And of course, when we talk about online versus offline spaces, there is also, like, the concern about disability, of course. Especially because we are, in this allegedly post-pandemic, but not at all post-pandemic reality that we
Allegedly
live
post-pandemic.
in. My life was totally reshaped by getting long COVID. And I spent way more time inside than I ever wanted to because of long COVID. However, I do not think that moving disabled people out of the physical world and into a virtual sphere is a good solution to that problem. I think that it is the responsibility of social movements and of labor movements to raise their own bars on what accessibility is. We were talking about unions and, what to bring up in your union meetings earlier. There's, all sorts of union contracts that get negotiated that talk a lot about raises and a lot about benefits. And all of this is happening in a facility that doesn't have ramps that meet basic disability guidelines and whatnot, right? So this is part of the problem with, depoliticizing labor movements is you start forgetting about stuff like that. And I think that, just about anywhere you go, you can find some group of people that is doing mutual aid mask distribution or something like that, or in New York we have, and in Philly as well, there are these great groups that will do mutual aid where if you're hosting an event, you can get them to bring an industrial air purifier into your space, right? It's amazing. And so if you are a disabled person who is concerned about, if you're a disabled trans person who's concerned about, being out in the world because of illness, because of violence, because of whatever it is, I promise you, there are some disabled trans people in your area who are doing some work around this. Those are the people that you want to look for.
I love that. There's so many combinations in every one of your answers of really practical stuff, but also couched with just your amazing academic knowledge. So I'm just sorry, I'm scrolling through the questions because there was another great one. This one from Madeline, which I really want to get to before we have to shoot off, which is, do you have any recommendations for parents of trans kids on how to support or anything for trans youth? Thank you so much. This has been
good
great.
question.
Yeah. So this is a particularly tricky one, and this is something that I've been talking with trans parents about this recently. I think that the best thing to do is to get into contact with other parents of trans children, right? Because you remember earlier we were talking about how there's sort of this skewed relationship in statistics where there's sort of this disproportionate legislation about what trans people can and can't do in sports versus how many people have ever met a trans person before. And the statistic says that 70% of people have never met a trans person before, right? The reality is almost all of those people have met a trans person before. They just didn't notice.
Right.
So if when you look at a town or a community or wherever it is where there are, let's say, the trans parents of a particularly visible trans child or something along those lines, or parents who feel hyper visible, that finding community of other people who are in the same situation is going to be very, very important. And I think oftentimes in cities, at least, you can find groups via social media or whatever it is, which will be transparent support groups or something like that. But beyond that, take your kids to Pride, we just had the Dyke March in New York recently. And at the Dyke March, they always say,
I went to 2 Dyke marches.
Really, the Dyke March is just for dykes, and ideally, men who are allies can support from the sidewalk, but they don't need to walk in the street with all the lesbians and trans people and whatnot.
No, that's not how it works at all. Actually, that's not how it works at all. I went to 2 Dyke marches in the last month. That's not how it works. Dyke is a political position, and everyone that is there is marching in the march, including me. I marched in the Dyke March twice. These are the things I do when I go undercover for you guys. I marched in the Dyke March, okay? Just for you guys.
But I will say this. Nobody ever faults the dad who is walking in the march with his little lesbian daughter, right? And so I think take your kids to Pride and go with your kids, you know, like bring your kids to events, like, you know, be out there with them, because you know, there are not as many queer elders as we would like there to be, because of AIDS, because of like all kinds of like horrible things that have happened over the years, but there are way more than you think there are. My first Pride March in New York many years ago was the first time that I ever saw old trans women. And as a young trans person who had never seen an old trans person before, right? Like my ability to conceptualize what my life could look like changed very, very dramatically, like just in that instant of being there. So yeah, you know, so I think like, you know, bring your kid to stuff, go with your kids, meet people, because even if you can't find a group of like non-trans parents of trans children, if you can find older LGBT folks, they're going to know about whatever group exists that you're not seeing on social media. So I think, again, the answer ends up becoming be outside, talk to people, go to events, right? Because again, like as we saw, you know, I know that I keep coming back to ICE and Minneapolis and all of that.
Andre, were you not here last year when we literally watched about a presentation from the Socialism Conference about doing communism in space? You haven't seen a space communist yet? I have. I saw 2 of them at the Socialism Conference last year. There's a recording of this. We can watch it if you want. No, but you might be joking. I'm being serious. I'm being serious. There was a presentation at the Socialism Conference last year that was literally the entire presentation was about doing communism in space. Unironically, they were deadly serious about colonizing space for the communists. I swear to God, this is true. We'll have to rewatch it at some point.
But one of the most pivotal things about that moment, one of the reasons why so much of that resistance strategy was able to drive ICE out of that city was because people were talking to their neighbors. And when you are trying to protect yourself because you are marginalized, that can be terrifying. It is even more terrifying when you are trying to protect one of your kids.
The universe is too fabulous for capitalism.
But
true.
The answer to this problem is outside. And I think that when you talk to people, you give people the opportunity to surprise you. Yeah.
That's a lovely answer as well. Right. I'm aware that we've probably only really got 5 minutes left, but there were 2 questions that sort of were asking the same thing. I got stuff to do. And thank you so much, Ripley, because I know we have monopolized you for nearly 2 hours now. So, but none of us are slowing down. So I could keep asking you questions for the next hour and a half. But this one is from Ben. Iconic, thank you so much. A trans man delivering LGBT training at work. This has been great for increasing my knowledge and ways to tackle TERFism. And there was another question that was also talking about
Andre comes in $50, bro. My tip jar, Karlyn, is you know what a beautiful thing. What a beautiful tip. And look at that freeze frame from the communist. It's almost like the communist does not want you to tip me, and the communist is really pissed off. Thank you very much, Andre. I very much appreciate the support, bro. What a generous gift.
I'm sorry if I pronounce your name wrong. Myrid? I apologize if that's completely wrong. Myrid says, do you have any tips on talking with people who are either undecided or more bought into the current hegemonic ideas in a way that isn't just giving this lecture at them? And I think I saw somebody else talking about just like, how do you tackle TERFs? Because it does feel like when you meet TERFs, even, you know, I've been running a feminist lecture program for 6 years, and you meet people and you're just, there's this kind of outpouring of like anger and frustration, and it's almost, we had a lecture about Karens a few weeks ago, and that like which was incredible, by the way. But it feels like a lot of that,
we gotta find the recording of that,
anger and outrage that we were talking about in the Karen lecture, it is funneled directly at you if you have any sort of other opinions about human rights than a TERF has. So do you have any sort of tips on responding from these questions?
So I think there's sort of two separate issues here, right? There's people who are on the fence, and then there's TERFs. Yeah. And I think the thing to keep in mind about TERFs, well, there's this fun comic strip from the 90s. I tried to find it and scan it so I could put it in the slides, but I haven't seen it in years. I wish I could find it. But it's a comic strip from a feminist independent newspaper, and there's two women talking, and they're talking about basically bioessentialism, and they're agreeing on everything, like just everything they say, they're agreeing that's me too, me too, me too, me too, me too. And you get to the final panel, and one of them says, "Oh my God, it's so nice to meet another trans exclusionary radical feminist." And the other one goes, "Feminist? I'm a Christian fundamentalist."
Wow.
So
stuff like that. But.
Yeah. The thing about TERFs is that, like, a true TERF, right? Like, somebody like J.K. Rowling, for whom this is like something that they are emotionally invested in, right? That this is their modality. I would try to engage with that person very differently from the way that you would engage with somebody who is on the fence about like these sorts of issues. Because to move back to the lecture, the big thing that makes TERF a misnomer is that TERFs are not feminists, right? TERFism.
TERFs are not feminists because TERFs are not anti-capitalist, and in order to be a true feminist, you need to be anti-capitalist.
Frames itself as an alternative left-wing ideology, right? But it isn't. And if you want historical evidence for this kind of thing, what does Nazi mean, right? Nazi means National Socialist. Nazis are not socialists, right?
Was I just given one of the greatest gifts of a tranny literally saying Nazis are not socialists? Was I just given one of the greatest gifts in the history of the internet? Yeah, we did it, guys. We did it. We did it. Conservative retardation defeated. Fucking jackpot. Nazis are not socialists. This might as well just be called the Karlyn is Right stream. Let's go. Let's go. Can we clip this immediately, and just every single time we have a conservative retard in the replies, we're going to put this as a clip on the channel, and every time we have a conservative retard come in and try to convince us that Nazis are the real socialists, we can play the clip, and every time we interact with conservative retards on Twitter who are trying to convince us that Nazis are the real socialists, we can play the clip. We'd be like, oh yeah, let's see what the tranny has to say about that. Let's see what the tranny has to say. Hang on. Oh, why isn't it playing? Oh, please play. Do not let me down now, you asshole. Network error? What the fuck? Do they take the recording down? That'd be funny as shit, actually.
Is that...
Can someone rewind real quick and see the timestamp we were at? I had to refresh. Can someone rewind real quick and see what timestamp we were at? Because I know you guys can see it. I just have to... I guess I can, like, do this, but... It would be easier if someone rewinds and just tells me what the fucking timestamp was. 1:53, thank you, Reagan. Reagan to the rescue again. Okay. Hang on. We're going to get this singular clip.
Frames itself as an alternative left-wing ideology, right? But it isn't. And if you want historical evidence for this kind of thing, what does Nazi mean, right? Nazi means National Socialist. Nazis are not socialists, right? They're capitalists. People just use words, right? Like this is there's a real sort of like nihilist problem in the way that like vocabulary works around this kind of stuff. And again, if you go to America right now,
that was even better
Kash
than I
Patel,
thought.
who's our current FBI director, the term that he uses for trans people, I think, is nihilistic extremists or something like that, which is really, yeah, no, I know, but nihilistic extremist, yeah. But this is perplexing, right? Because to use that term, you have to misuse the word nihilist, right?
And extremist. you have to not really have a strong grasp on how language works.
They're not socialists,
which is a nihilistic use of language, right? So so it's cyclical. So I think
Nazis
that
upheld private property.
The problem with trying to have a feminist debate with the TERF is that the TERF
everyone in the world owes me
isn't
$2.
actually a feminist.
Mm.
So
yeah,
so if you're trying to approach an argument with a TERF in that way, you're already on the wrong track, right? Like there's a decent chance that the TERF is maybe on the fence about birth control, right? Something that you'll also find is that a lot of TERFs are also really racist, right?
And like anti-sex
racism
work
is bad,
it all is sort of in this weird
no racism, guys.
It's hard to know how to deal with them.
Right. And I think, again, I know I keep coming back to J.K. Rowling, but, she's sort of become like
I need to hold up garlic every time you say her name or something. Just like, I'm like, do I cross myself? What do we do? Anyway.
Well, literally. But I mean, I think the thing that's so interesting about J.K. Rowling is like before Twitter got super, super, super popular, J.K. Rowling was not originally thought of as a TERF. That was not the original critique of J.K. Rowling. And I see that somebody just dropped in the chat that white supremacy is the bedrock of TERFism. And that's exactly right. The original critique of J.K. Rowling was not that she was a TERF. It was that she's a racist, right? So if you go back through the Harry Potter books, I'm not going to say it in this lecture, but what's the name of the one black character in the Harry Potter books?
No fucking clue.
It's not good, right? J.K. Rowling's the way that J.K. Rowling,
like Jaquan or something like that.
It's better if we don't repeat it. But
wait,
but also,
what was the name of the one black character in Harry Potter? What the fuck was it? Do I have to chat GPT this shit? What was the name of the one black character in Harry Potter? Dean Thomas? Why is that bad? Why is that bad though? Is it because it was a white sounding name for a black person? Oh, there's another one. Kingsley Shacklebolt. But why is that bad? I was expecting something way more offensive than that, if I'm being honest about it.
So how does J.K. Rowling depict goblins?
Mm.
Right? J.K. Rowling's goblins could be lifted out of a Nazi political cartoon about Jewish people, right?
True, actually.
All this stuff's connected. So I think, if you're going to argue with a TERF, you'd probably...
Wait, hang on, I gotta get a clip of that too. Hang on, I have to get a clip of the tranny saying the J.K. Rowling used the goblins to depict the Jews. I fucking have to. Like, that is some funny shit, guys.
But also, how does J.K. Rowling depict J.K. Rowling's the way that J.K. Rowling?
No.
It's better if we don't repeat it. But also, how does J.K. Rowling depict goblins?
Mm.
Right? J.K. Rowling's goblins could be lifted out of a Nazi political cartoon about Jewish people, right? Like it's all this stuff's connected. So I think
you know what we have to do? We have to do the meme thing where when the tranny says that J.K. Rowling's depiction of Jewish people could be when he says the Jewish thing, we need to do the rap music with the glasses coming down and like the joint going into his mouth. That's what needs to happen to this clip. That was fucking hilarious. Thank you, Earl's daughter, for the super chat. Here's my conservative retard fee. Seriously, thank you for the educational tutorial. Conservative retards don't sit and listen and take notes, Earl's daughter. If you're a conservative, we're not talking about you. We're talking about the dumb conservatives. We're not talking about the smart conservatives. You're here, you're learning, you're asking great questions, you're taking notes. We are not talking about you, okay? I so appreciate you being here. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, we have to do the thug life meme. That's exactly what needs to happen with this clip. There's no other answer for this.
No.
It's better if we don't repeat it, but also, how does J.K. Rowling depict goblins? Right? J.K. Rowling's goblins could be lifted out of a Nazi political cartoon about Jewish people, right? It's all this stuff's connected.
Could be lifted out of a Nazi political cartoon about Jewish people. And then you do the thug life meme where the glasses come down and that's exactly what needs to happen. Goblins were the bankers in Harry Potter. Yes, they were. Yep. Very Jewish profession, actually.
So I think,
thank you, Nick.
If you're going to argue with a TERF, you'd probably want to use a strategy more similar to the strategy you might use if you were arguing with a Trumper. And to that, and I swear I'll get back to the on the fence thing in a second, but
I'm enjoying the root round. Keep going.
The thing about Trumpers is that and I want to be delicate here, but I will say that a lot of how people get sucked into Trumpism has to do with economic factors.
True.
I don't want to go too much into the minutia of American labor politics or something like that right now, but I think that if you can establish if you're going to establish common ground somewhere with a Trumper, you are more likely to establish it by talking about economics.
True.
Than you are by talking about social stuff, because again, the culture war stuff is all a mask for class war, right? And a lot of the Trumper movement in America is in fact working class people. And there's this interesting social experiment that you can do with right-wing working class people, which is that if you explain socialism to a right-wing working class person, they're probably going to agree with everything that you say right up until you tell them that it's called socialism.
Yeah.
So I think that
also true.
There's this temptation.
We see people do this all the time. They're like, I think socialism sounds great. And then I say, okay, they want to abolish your parental rights and take away your ability to own a home, and you don't get to homeschool your kids, and you don't get private medical insurance. You have to go with whatever is publicly available. You also don't get your own kitchen, by the way. You don't get, so it's the tranny's absolutely correct here in that conservative retards, when you say, hey, don't you wish you had access to more things, and don't you dislike these things and blah blah blah, usually they'll go along with it. And then you have to go the extra mile to explain you will not have parental rights over your kids. Oh, good. Reported 4 hours ago, an illegal alien from Mexico was killed in Houston by an ICE officer after an illegal tried ramming the agent with a vehicle. Oh, so there's going to be protests in Houston is what you're telling me, Nick. You're telling me, sir, there will be protests in Houston. What a great treat you have given us tonight. We do have to finish this up, guys. Jennifer and I are supposed to start a stream 4 minutes ago. I am late, but I want to watch the rest of this. So Jennifer is going to have to wait.
When we get into a conflict with, with a Trump or with a right wing or whatever, to jump into the partisan stuff, I would try to avoid the partisan stuff. I would go pretty quickly toward content and away from buzzwords as quickly as you possibly can, because buzzwords trigger fear responses. When I'm from the South, I'm not from New York originally. And something that I noticed a lot when I still lived there is that, Republicans or whoever, we'd be talking and they would assume that I was a Democrat. And then, as soon as I was like, oh, I'm not a Democrat. And they're like, what? Oh, what? Oh, well, suddenly we can have a conversation. Now, of course, the reason why I'm not a Democrat is because I'm a socialist.
Exactly.
But
the reason I'm not Trumpers always assumed I was a Democrat. And when I told them I wasn't a Democrat, all of a sudden they were friends with me because they really thought that the socialists were Democrats, because Trumpers don't understand that socialists are not Democrats. Let me get a clip of this. Just oh shit, I'm still recording that clip from the last one. Hang on. I just recorded 6 minutes worth of clip from the last one. All right, new one, record. Let's go. Let's get this clip. The 9,000th clip that we have of socialists saying they're not Democrats, and still conservatives won't listen.
Republicans or whoever, we'd be talking and they would assume that
Gotta go back a little bit
I
more.
would try to avoid the partisan stuff. I would go pretty quickly toward content and away from buzzwords as quickly as you possibly can, because buzzwords trigger fear responses. When I'm from the South. I'm not from New York originally, and something that I noticed a lot when I still lived there is that Republicans or whoever, we'd be talking and they would assume that I was a Democrat. And then, as soon as I was like, oh, I'm not a Democrat. And they're like, what? Oh, what? Oh, well, suddenly we can have a conversation. Now, of course, the reason why I'm not a Democrat is because I'm a socialist. But I don't necessarily need to say that early in the conversation. So all I'm saying is, there are ways that you can approach this. For people who are on the fence about this kind of stuff, I think, there's a different approach. Usually for somebody who's on the fence, it is usually because they are scared, confused, or misinformed about something. I think that so, as far as like misinformation goes, I mean, misinformation can be corrected, right? Whether people will accept that or not is sort of, like their own problem. And, we can't think for other people, right?
Same.
But, yeah. But I think that like the best thing that you can do with somebody who is on the fence is to identify what it is that they are scared of as quickly as possible. When I run into stuff with people who are like, folks in feminist movements who are like, on the fence about how they want to engage with trans liberation, or like gay people who are on the fence about how they want to engage with trans liberation, identifying the thing that they are scared of is crucial. So I actually think like, our instinct when we hear resistance to liberatory dialogue is we want to push, right? We want to be like, no, listen. I need to convince you why you should care about this other group of people. It is hard to explain to somebody why they should care about people if they don't already, right? Empathy is tricky. And unfortunately, in today's day and age, we can't necessarily take it for granted. But I would say if you were talking to somebody in a feminist movement, for example, who has it in their head that, they're like, okay, we've been fighting for women's liberation for like, all of these years and stuff. And now there's all this new trans stuff. And if we focus all this energy on the trans stuff, it's going to take away from the woman stuff. And it's going to blah, 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 blah. What I would try to, to give you an example of one way to look at it. If you are a feminist, like a genuine feminist, right? Like not a TERF, but like, an actual feminist who just doesn't know what to do about transness. If you come into contact with this person, before you even get into transness, one conversation that you probably want to have with this person is, what do they like if they're so into biological determinism, what do they think about intersex people? Because
Little Miss in with the super chat. Karlyn, isn't what they are using fear as a tool for brainwashing? I mean, I think telling people your life is constantly in danger is, definitely a way of using fear as a form of brainwashing for sure, Little Miss. Thanks so much for the super chat. Yeah, exactly. This is exactly right. What a concise way to put it. Republicans are not dominating Democrats. The socialists are. I would also say the socialists are dominating the Republicans, and the Republicans don't even fucking know it.
Make up the same percentage of the population, of the human population, as redheaded people.
Wow.
And yet, we do not force redheaded people to dye their hair or shave their heads.
Shockingly.
We do, however, perform non-consensual surgeries on intersex children, right? So that is a real loss of like bodily autonomy, right?
That is pretty fucked up, actually, if you think about it.
Similarly, we don't think of redheaded people as like, this sort of like horrifying genetic abnormality or something like that. So there's no reason to think of intersex people that way either, right? So if you can accept that being intersex is in fact normal, which it is, right? Like something doesn't need to be common in order to be normal and vice versa, right? Somebody just said in the comments that some people don't know that they're intersex. That's absolutely true. Being intersex can look like a huge difference. I mean, there's just as many kinds of being intersex as there are of being a man, a woman, trans, whatever, right? But TERFs, right, on the one hand, or even just feminists who are confused about biology, right? If you can point to the biological fact that that men and women as we understand them are not the only ways that a person can be born, right? And that this isn't a problem, that this is just the way that things work, then you can negate like certain biological issues, right? From there, you can work your way toward the problems with bioessentialism, et cetera, and so forth. I think that, there's lots and lots of different ways to approach it. And I think that a lot of it has to do with like what the question is or like what the concern is. But identifying the fear as quickly as possible. I know that for some, like, particularly like cis lesbian activists, there is the fear of like, this is something that people talk about somewhat frequently, is like in the who's trans and who isn't debate, right? There is this fear that a straight man will just say, I'm trans, and then that person will be allowed into a lesbian space, and then that person will prey on lesbians, et cetera. Like, this is a major source of anxiety that people have, and this leads toward this this animosity toward people might say, like he theys or something like that, say, and if you are in a queer space and you see somebody in that space who appears to be you look at them and you think, oh, well, that's just a cis man wearing nail polish, like why is he here or something like that? For all you know, that is a beautiful woman who just needs to be in this space long enough to feel safe to make a series of choices, which will then lead to, her being somebody whose presence in the space you would never question.
If you see a man hanging out in a woman's space and they look like a man and maybe they're wearing a dress and nail polish, what you're really you're not seeing a man. You are seeing a beautiful woman that has yet to find the physical manifestation of that womanhood. You think you're seeing a big burly fucking man with chest hair and shit and maybe a beard? You're not seeing that though. What is actually in front of you is a beautiful woman that has yet to blossom, because that beautiful woman that currently looks like a man in a dress is it just hasn't been given the ability or the access to blossom into the true woman that they are internally. This is why we always watch until the end of the presentation. We watch all of the presentation. We almost missed that. Like, if I had left, to go do the show with Jennifer, we would have missed this. And now we're going to go back and watch it again, and the show with Jennifer is just going to have to wait.
Playing the fear as quickly as possible. I know that for some, particularly like cis lesbian activists, there is the fear of this is something that people talk about somewhat frequently, is in the who's trans and who isn't debate, right? There is this fear that a straight man will just say, I'm trans, and then that person will be allowed into a lesbian space, and then that person will prey on lesbians, etc., etc., etc. This is a major source of anxiety that people have, and this leads toward this this animosity toward people might say, like he, theys or something like that, say. And if you are in a queer space and you see somebody in that space who appears to be you look at them and you think, oh, well, that's just a cis man wearing nail polish, why is he here, or something like that. For all you know, that is a beautiful woman who just needs to be in this space long enough to feel safe to make a series of choices, which will then lead to, her being somebody whose presence in the space you would never question, So a lot of this stuff comes down to perspective, and I think a lot of it, I know I'm coming back to the same thing, but
I'm actually going to concur with Tammy on this one. You are not a real woman if you haven't experienced the pleasure and joy of having a fucking period, okay? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, men. I'm sorry. You don't get cramps. Do you understand that for the first day of my fucking period, I can barely fucking function. I can actually barely fucking function. I am so tired. I have passed out multiple times throughout my life. The cramps you feel sick, like your whole body feels like it's rebelling against you. And I have to do this every fucking month. So if you haven't had the joy of this experience, you are not a real woman. I am sorry. I am sorry. We have had to fucking earn this. You don't understand.
Identifying what the fear is, listening to what the fear is, and then then from there we can talk about what the actual problem is, right?
That's a beautifully tolerant and labor intensive answer on your part, which is it's a shame you are forced into positions where any of us have to do that kind of reaching out, but I think you're right. I think that is probably the best way to get people on side quickly enough. However, we have now gone over time, so thank you so much, Ripley. And I just want to end by asking, what are you working on now? How can everybody go and follow you in your amazing work? What are you up to? How can we follow?
Thank you for asking. Yeah, thank you so much for having me, and thank you everyone for your questions. These are fantastic.
Yeah, now imagine you have kidney stones every single month for decades of your life. You might have kidney stones once or twice. You don't have kidney stones every single month for decades of your life on end, and it's not fair.
Fantastic questions. So in terms of what I'm up to right now, I teach composition and creative writing at City College in New York.
CUNY.
I am also always publishing. I think the most recent publication, so, you know, I'm an academic and I do all of this stuff. I also write poetry and fiction.
Love to read your poetry and fiction.
In fiction in particular, I write detective stories and horror stories that are about gay and trans people. And those you can find in Promethean magazine online. One of those is available online at the moment. You can read it in PDF form. Another one will be coming up soon as well. There's a wonderful trans magazine which is based out of DC called Lilac Peril. I wrote for the previous issue. I'll have new stuff coming up in the next issue.
That's a new one.
What else? Let's see. If you go on my link tree, which you can find on my Instagram, I have links to all of my writing that you can buy there, as well as all of my writing that's available online. My Instagram is Ripley AM. That's just RIPLEYAM. You can follow me there, and I post a lot of updates there. I will also say, for anyone who is listening, I am also a novelist, and right now I am in the process of agent hunting because I am trying to make the jump from short fiction into long form fiction. So if anybody who works in publishing and wants to talk, you know, send me a DM. I would love to chat with you.
Heard it here first, everybody.
Yeah,
the agents in the chat scrambling to get themselves to your email.
I have to plug it. But yeah, follow me on Instagram. Check out the link tree. I try to post there as much as I can. And I'll also say, any of you who have additional questions, I am happy to talk to any of you. Feel free to DM me. And also, while we're here and while we're talking, look at the other lectures on the Feminist Lecture Program.
Oh, I will. I want to watch that Karen lecture.
It is amazing.
Do you guys want to watch that Karen lecture? I want to watch that Karen lecture.
The number of different topics that they've been able to cover, and the number of like different academics doing different kinds of work. It's an incredible project. So again, you know, thank you for being here and thank you for having me.
Yo, we made it through. Maria Callisfan in with the last member chat of the month, or the night rather. I used to miss 6 to 7 days of high school a year, vomiting and passing out at home, which left me vulnerable to uncool men at home. Not a choice. Maria, I get you. Thanks for being a member of the channel. Guys, we do have to speed this up because I'm about half an hour late for my other show. I know Jennifer understands, but what a great fucking video. Massive W to Reagan for finding that for us tonight. That was awesome. That was awesome on like every single level. There was so much confirmed that we already knew, but just like, we need to follow that person and watch some more of their stuff because that was awesome. Thank you to everyone who gave 111 new channel memberships today. Thank you to everyone who sent in super chats. You guys make my work possible. I cannot do it without you. As a reminder, I am completely independently funded by channel membership, super chats, Substack subscriptions, Twitter subscriptions, merchandise sales, book sales, whatever you guys want to do. I really appreciate you allowing me to do what I do. And I got to end this stream and then go get ready for our other stream where we're going to be talking about some interesting topic that Jennifer sent me videos about that has nothing to do with socialism or trans people or politics or anything like that. Probably is going to have to do with aliens and skinwalking and other crazy things. And so Disenrage is going to be coming up soon. I will see you guys on the other side. Take care. Have a good one. We'll see you soon.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
some idea.
I am not completely like other people.
What do you mean by that?
People dislike me because I am not completely like them. I am trying to do with my life something which few people try to do, and this influences my thinking and consequently my action.
What is it you're trying to do with your life?
Play the piano for people.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.